just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. You're checking 12, we'll check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2-1 started to show us.
Office still stands for talk? No? Okay, there's that seat. Anyone else close like this for us, let me know. 10-5.
33. I'm going to supervise our sound.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. I'm sorry, we're not copying your lunch location. Try that.
Yeah, it's Friday night. How's everybody doing? Hopefully you're doing all right. Thank you, Kelly, again for this awesome picture. Appreciate it so much. The little intro picture there. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. We're going to be, this is more of a night for you all than it is for myself. You guys, as we've been doing these different shows over the last few months, conversation about this person, conversation about that person, conversation about this person. So I figure, you know what? Let's go ahead and have a night where we discuss all the other players in the game. So I got a little something put together. Different things to check out tonight. Spark some conversations. If you want to send me anything, we'll go ahead and show that tonight too. I know there's a lot of stuff out there that you guys have been sending. Appreciate you guys so much. So we're going to hang out. We're going to talk about Emma, Demetrius, the Jacks, the Hunters, the Joes, the Loaches, DoorDash, private drivers, you know, whoever, Enon, whatever you guys want to talk about. Good evening. We'll go ahead and get the hellos started, and we'll get into the show. First, we're going to discuss the court document that dropped a few days ago. We're going to talk about that first. I haven't got to talk to you guys about it yet. We put a post up when it dropped a few days ago, but we really haven't got to talk about it. So we'll go ahead and read that, and we'll discuss that first and kind of get into all that. Kib Kitty, ticket number 1. Thank you for hopping in. Jacqueline, number 4. Appreciate you. Detective with the golden ticket number 3. What's up, Caddy? Number 5. Mark and Betty, number 6. American Princess, number 10. And ticket 12. Hello to you, beautiful people as well. Oh, look at the hugs. The hugs. Yeah, crazy weather. I woke up, I took a little nap in between the shows today, and I woke up and there was snow. I was like, holy shit. It was weird. I woke up from my nap and there was snow on the ground. And then I also saw on YouTube there's like a couple conversations like you know, like the whole body cam when Rosie took a picture of Katie's ID. And I was like, wait a minute, am I in January, February 2023, or is it 24? Hold on, I'm like, because I woke up and there was snow, and then I saw a conversation about oh my gosh, there's photos of the ID. I was like, whoa, am I what? Hold on, is this like last year? Crazy. Snow out there. It keeps snowing, sleet, something. Snow and sleet. It's all covered up. I don't know. I guess we're supposed to get a bunch of snow too, so there's some nasty weather going on out there. Please be safe. If any of you are having to go out there or are on the roads right now. Detective Golden, Skittles, Oh, hold on 1 second. Contribution call out. Give me 1 second here. Not a freeze. It's a contribution call out. Oh, shit. Everything is just going chaos here. All right, let me scroll. I got to see the super sticker here. I got to get my phone. All right, we got to... I even, like, sent something to StreamYard. I was like, StreamYard, when can you add the animated emojis with the super stickers? It'd be really sweet for the screen display. Let me see. It's an... Aw. Well, thank you so much. It's a little emoji just chilling. Appreciate that, Skittles. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. Collateral Damage, Ticket 14. How are you? Freaking... It would be sweet, though. You know, you pop up the... It shows little emojis like this now. It'd be cool. Get the animated emojis on the screen there too. What's up, D. Marie? Ticket 18. Michelle, how are you? Mama 5. Golf Inspector, how are you doing this evening? I got your email. You're more than welcome anytime. Hello to you. Christina, Ticket 25. Thank you with the roses. Hopefully you're safe out there too. Yeah, I didn't know it was going to get that crazy. What's up, Rachel? Is it going to let me highlight it? There we go. Look at all that. Hearts, peace, dove, justice, Lady Liberty. What's up? How you doing, Wormouth? We're more than this. We're more than this. There we go. We are more than this. There you go, CJ. 3 times I got it. Janet Shepard, Ticket 28. I always fuck shit up. 3 times, and then after that, I'm good. Nevada, Ticket 29. How are you doing? So I'll get it right every time now. Kelly, Ticket 30. Thank you. Appreciate it. How are you doing? New icon photo. Look at that. The Phoenix. Sinuses are better? I don't know. We'll see. I had to blow my nose before. That's why the song went a little long there before I said hello, because I had to blow my nose a few times again. Tiffany, thank you for hopping in. And Janet, up for an all-nighter? Shoot, we'll see. I'm ready. I'm prepared. I was like, we did that show earlier. I didn't get much sleep last night. And I was like, man, I might be up pretty late tonight. I might just take a little hour nap. And I took a little hour nap. Maybe longer. I don't know. 49er girl, contribution call out. Hold on 1 second. It's cool. You can I can hit the heart so my face shows up on it now. And then I hit the like button on there. Thank you so much, 49 girl, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Hopefully StreamYard links this stuff together. I think it's really cool. You know, if YouTube's not going to do their part to make the experience better for the community, at least StreamYard can come in the clutch. Okay, shoot, I lost. Now I switch back, and StreamYard always does this. There it is. Okay, now we're back. Kib Kitty, hold on 1 second. Contribution call out. Kib Kitty. 5 gifted memberships. Let me see. Golf Inspector, Control Alt Delete, SJ, Pam, and Danny all got gifted memberships. Awesome. Definitely check out the 7 or 8 members only videos I dropped a week and some ago. No, not even a week. Yeah, it was a week ago today. I think I dropped them, or tomorrow. Thank you so much, Kib Kitty, for that. Appreciate you. Let me see here. Where are we at now? There we go. Creatrix right there. How you doing tonight? Thank you for hopping. Oh, StreamYard. Come on. Western PA, and we have a light coating starting, more coming. I kind of, when I was sitting there laying down right before I took a nap, I could hear it sounded like sleet was hitting the windows, and it was getting pretty windy out there. 59 in Dallas, and I'm freezing. 59 in Dallas just doesn't seem right. Simply Solo, what's up? How are you doing? Bonnie, contribution call out. Hold on 1 second. So happy I made you live. Thank you for becoming a member again for another month. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Where did it go? Oh, StreamYard. It always shoots the messages way up, so you gotta scroll just to get back. There it is. It shoots you up after you go to switch the screen. It doesn't like it, but I'm doing the contribution anyway. Go ahead and do it again. Contribution call out Nevada for another membership month. We love you too. Thank you so much, and appreciate your support for the show and the community. That's so cool. It lets you heart it all. Hold on. Let me make sure I heart these, because it lets you heart them. And hit the like, heart and the like. There we go. I know, right? It'd be sweet if I could just go button, 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 button. They do? Okay, good. Because it was pretty bad this morning. Tiffany 54, thank you. What's up, Turquoise? Harley Davidson. Hold on 1 second. Bonnie, hi CJ, good to see you. Contribution call out. Good to see you too, and thank you again. Thank you again for that. Appreciate that. All right, it shot me up. There we go. What's up, SW Firefly? Happy Friday to you. I like your self ad. Yeah, this thing. Whenever because all these YouTube videos now that we watch, all of a sudden in the middle, they're like, hey, check out this new towel. And it's like, oh, okay, well, I guess if we're going to do that, from now on, we'll just have a commercial with the coffee cup. This was what I used to block the screen, so whenever we would watch the court hearings, because the judge didn't want any zooms or anything like that on Koberger. And so when Court TV was allowed to stream the court hearings, and whenever they would zoom in, it was crazy. And it was like, well, if Court TV's, I was trying to do whatever I could, because I knew the judge was going to look around on YouTube. Not that I was saying he would come across our channel, but I'm just saying, just in case, I wanted to at least show the judge, yo, judge, even if Court TV's not going to do it, I'll block the damn screen if they zoom in on BK. Because I wanted the judge to know, hey, you know what? If maybe Court TV ain't taking this shit serious, but it was very important to me that we could see whatever we could see, just because of how important this case is, not only for the people involved, but also for the country and the world. It's gonna be, and so at that point, it's just like, yo, if the Court TV's not gonna listen, I'll at least make sure that he can come across here and be like, you know what, Court TV's not doing it, but this person on YouTube is, so maybe we should allow people to watch it. Maybe he went around on YouTube and he saw that there was other people doing it, and he was like, you know what, I'm not going to let Court TV continue to fuck around because people on YouTube are respecting my wishes. So screw Court TV. I'll just make my own YouTube. And then the people that are streaming it on YouTube don't have to worry about having to do this because Court TV wants to put their Zoom on. So maybe that's why. What's up, Rob? Ticket 39. Seattle's freezing. Cat's Puppy Love, what's up? I'm just glad we get to see it. I mean, think about it. Court TV messing around. What's up, Darkling? Thank you. Appreciate you. Hopefully you've been good. Sending much love. Yes, yes. Space Junkie, how are you doing? First person since I have been on YouTube for years that mentioned Harley Davidson. What's up, typically? Ticket 41, thank you. The coffee cup needs to be on a t-shirt. Oh, there's other ones too. There's other ones too. But I'm trying to think. There's all sorts of different ones. I don't have them on there anymore. The only one I got is just the coffee cup, but there would be all sorts. There's like and subscribe and all this different stuff. But no, it was like, I don't know. I was so nervous that, because even though the defense and the prosecution and the defense didn't want the cameras, the judge was like, I'm gonna go out on YouTube. I'm gonna take a look. I was like, oh, sweet. I was like, you can go back to every single one we've been doing and you'll see the coffee cup judge. We want this. We need this camera. We need this camera. And it sucked for me. What's up, Misha girl? It sucked for me because instead of me being able to get to watch the court hearings in its entirety, I had to sit there and just focus on if they were going to Zoom or not to do that. It took away from me being able to watch it most of the time because I was trying to pay attention to making sure that there was no Zooms. Uh-oh, StreamYard changed it up. We need a judge's face in the coffee. No, because then we can get in trouble for that. Because then if he wants to go Rambo on people, he can start getting everybody for the likeness. Happy belated Valentine's to you too. My emoji matches the colors of my fishing rod. Oh, cool. Best trout fishing rod I ever had. You should, do you have any pictures of like the fish or something? That'd be cool. I need that cream in my morning just a They need a better way of filming though, because you could, yeah, but that's the point though. They don't want you to see, I'm happy. I'm happy. I did like the way that they had it before, where you were kind of sitting in the back and you didn't see who was in the spectator area. I like how they had it where you just saw, behind. I do like that camera angle, but they did that, just to make sure, like, look, here it is, which is totally fine. We get to see. Now, the important thing is when they're going to have somebody that's up to testify. What camera are we going to get for somebody that's testifying? Are we going to get the cameras that we got in the previous court hearings when other people were up? You know, are we going to get those views? That's what I'm curious about. Because it looks to me like everything's set up from right where the judge is sitting. And so what are they? I mean, where's that? How's that? I don't know. No, that not that they would strike it. I'm just saying, judge could come back and just like News Nation. You guys, like, do you understand? I have to cut out literally almost every night whenever I do a show if we're playing something from News Nation. 10 seconds, even if it's 10 seconds, I have to cut it out of my video. Otherwise, they collect all the revenue from it for 10 seconds of their shit. So you got to think in the future. In the future, because think about it, these videos could be up here for 10 years, right? What about if in 3 years, the judge is going, I'm going to have this software go through every single thing, and then it's going to boop, 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 boop. There we go. Boom, 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 boom on all them. You know what? No, I'm skipping that part. I'm skipping that part. Then I don't have to sit there and go, oh shit, now I need to go through 6 years of videos to make sure that no. No, we can just have CJ on the coffee cup. What's up, Rachel? How are you? Appreciate you. StreamYard's chat is going all over the place now. It just shot me back up from the comment I highlighted. Is it something with my mouse? No. Mouse is fine. Who knows what camera we're going to have? Hell, we don't even know if it'll be in that courtroom. Yeah, change of scenery, right? Change of scenery. Exactly. All right, give me 1 second. We'll do the switcheroo. We'll pull up that document. We'll check it out real quick. And then Law and Crime has a video about it. We'll check that out too. And then we'll get to some of these other players in the game. Thank you for hopping in. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way. And we'll be right back. What's up, Tabby Cat? Just saw you sneak in here. How you doing? Darn. I got to think of I was going to have a commercial. I was going to have a commercial to go with the coffee cup whenever, but I was like, I'll just take a nap. I'll think about a commercial overnight, and then we'll, whenever we have that commercial ready, it'll, whenever we're watching Law and Crime or News Nation or something, and it's like, hey, they're going to be talking about this new car wax. All you do is spray it on, wipe it off, and then it just glows with a glisten. Law and Crime. Order setting hearing based on defendant's motion to allow certain experts and investigators protected access to view IGG material. Defendant's motion requesting clarification of the sealed order for disclosure of the IGG information and protection order, and the state request for scheduling order. The court orders the following. A hearing on the above motions is set for February 28th, 2024 at 1 p.m. Pacific time. We will be live for that. What is What's February 28th? What is the day? Is that a Wednesday or a Friday? Usually it's one of those. This hearing will be open to the public and will be live streamed on the court's YouTube channel. As to scheduling, counsel shall be prepared to address scheduling, both a briefing, schedule, and oral argument on defendant's motion for change of venue, a discovery cutoff deadline, expert disclosure deadlines, deadlines for filing any pretrial motions such as motions to suppress or motions in limine, and dates for a trial. Now, this scares me. It's a Wednesday. This scares me. It scares me because Ann Taylor doesn't see how they even connect Koberger. She's still asking for discovery. She said she isn't even, she's nervous, saying that she'd be ready by the summer of 2025. And this is like, you heard what they said in the last court hearing. Prosecution, we want to start this trial now. Judge, I don't, we need to get this thing going. Defense, we're still waiting on the stuff we asked for. I'm nervous that the judge, like, what, discovery cutoff deadline. What's going to happen if that deadline passes and she don't have what she still needs? That's exactly what the prosecution wants. They just want it to fucking go. They don't. It scares me. What's up, Katrina? Ticket 53. It's a Wednesday. Teresa, how are you? Turquoise, like Google needs more profits. They own YouTube. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. But YouTube's its own business, too. And it's up to YouTube itself to fix the community experience that they have yet to address all of these months, actually, if you think about it. I mean, shit, it all started getting crazy with the 503 error back in the summer. And then ever since then, it's been one thing or another. Whether it's chat freezing up, people getting unsubbed because of YouTube doing whatever kind of cleaning that they want to do. I don't know. All this other shit. It's like, come on. Turquoise, that's what I call. So, I don't know. It makes me nervous. It makes me nervous that they're going to get to this next court hearing, February 28th. Put it in your books. We will be live. We'll be covering that day. I don't know. It's I don't know. It's not good. I mean, it does, but at the same time, what are these limits gonna do? You know, what are these deadlines gonna do? They don't care. They don't care about the deadline. Well, you would think that they would have enough, people they could afford enough people to make sure that it, yeah, you know what I mean? I mean, you're just talking about a chat board, and they can't fix that. It's just a chat feature, and they can't fix that. All right, so we're going to check out this law and crime video here. A trial date to be set. Yeah, we'll see. They want that trial date to be set, but I don't think it's going to be set yet. No way.
A trial in this case is going to happen. And the question is when?
More than a year after 4 college students were brutally stabbed to death in a home near the University of Idaho, we may finally learn when the prime suspect will go to trial. We're discussing the next steps in Brian Koberger's case with law professor and evidence expert Jules Epstein. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
Cheryl Butler, ticket 59. Thank you.
Brian Koberger, the 29-year-old doctoral student, or former doctoral student, accused of stabbing 4 University of Idaho students to death back in November of 2022, will be back in a courtroom at the end of the month, February 28th to be more precise. And why is that date so important? Well, I will tell you. First, little background. Koberger, of course, is charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of burglary after he allegedly entered an off-campus rental home in Moscow, Idaho, and stabbed to death Madison Mogan,
Jesse,
David
clear your
Gonsalves,
throat.
Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle.
Clear your throat, Jesse.
Koberger was a graduate student at nearby Washington State University at the time of the killings, and he was arrested a few weeks later at his parents' home in Pennsylvania and brought back to Idaho. The judge entered a not guilty plea on Koberger's behalf last summer, and he's been locked up ever since. The state is seeking the death penalty in this case. So let's talk about what happens next. Well, we now know that Koberger will be back in Judge John Judge's courtroom, like I said, on February 28th. And Judge asked the attorneys to be prepared to discuss a number of issues. Dates for the criminal trial, the motion for a change of venue, and deadlines for pretrial motions, discovery, and expert disclosures. But let's actually focus on that trial date for a minute, because that is the issue that a lot of us are talking about, and a lot of us want to know. So what we do know is that during a hearing last month, the defense team once again argued that the grand jury's indictment of Brian Koberger is invalid because the jurors, they say, were provided the wrong instruction on the standard of proof. They made a very novel argument that a grand jury indictment requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt as the standard of proof, not just a finding of probable cause, as has always been the standard in Idaho and other states. It was a very interesting argument, but we've discussed it before here on Sidebar. But Judge had previously denied the motions to have the indictment thrown out. Well, now Latah County prosecutor
Jesse, it's because she's trying to get everything set up for the appellate process after it's over, Jesse. Come on, Jesse. The DNA dirty glove, Jesse. Come on, Jesse.
In Idaho and other states.
Come on.
Very interesting argument, but we've discussed it before here on Sidebar. But Judge had previously denied the motions to have the indictment thrown out. Well, now Latah County prosecutors said that they were worried that delaying the trial until after a higher court would take a look at the defense's argument would be harmful.
I don't want to lose sight of the fact of the seriousness of this case. We are talking about a quadruple homicide. Under Idaho's law, not only are those who were killed victims, but every single one of their immediate family members is a victim. And in this state, in Idaho, our victims have a constitutional right to a timely resolution of the litigation. We are already quite a ways out. And the idea that we would hit the pause button and take power away from this court because there is a interesting issue for the Idaho Supreme Court to address is not something that this court or any court should tolerate. It's time for a trial, Your Honor.
But the defense argued that whether Koberger goes to trial now or later, this issue is still going to come up.
We believe this to be an important issue and one that is worth getting a glance, at least from a higher court, rather than being tucked away and forgotten in the maelstrom that is to come. as the state undoubtedly knows, trial won't put an end to this case. This case will go on for 28 years if they do actually achieve a conviction. So the idea that somehow we're running towards something and that's going to do anybody any good from their standpoint is, I think, false. What we're trying to do is make sure that the things that occur in this case are done correctly. And if you want to talk about how long things are going to take,
Right.
get some
Correctly.
stuff wrong, and then see how long.
Right. Correct. Exactly what he just said. Correctly. Get some stuff wrong, like Mark Carver. Get some stuff wrong, and then see how long justice takes to happen. He's exactly right. He doesn't say, he doesn't say too many smart things, but he's exactly right there. You get it wrong. You measure twice, you cut once. You don't cut twice, because then if you cut twice, then you probably have to go get a brand new piece and then measure it again anyway. So you might as well measure twice and cut once. Freebird contribution call out. Hold on 1 second. Get that ready for you. I just need to move this all the way down at the bottom so we get it right away. There we go. Contribution call out Freebird for the 10 gifted memberships. Hold on. Rob, Anne, American Princess, Wapiti, Moni, Just Saying, Greg, Sipanon, Heather, Jesse, and Brian were all gifted a membership. Dang, thank you so much. Freebird, appreciate that. And Kib Kitty with a gifted membership. Hold on. Freckled Cat Lady was gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Both of you. Kib Kitty and Freebird, thank you so much for the contributions. $63. Yeah, nice. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Cat's Puppy, for the 63. He says it right though. How long is it going to take to get justice if you fuck it up because you rushed?
And that's going to do anybody any good from their
It's not gonna.
Is, I think, false. What we're trying to do is make sure that the things that occur in this case are done correctly. And if you want to talk about how long things are going to take, get some stuff wrong, and then see how long it all takes.
Yeah,
We're
like
asking
forever.
that the
Like forever.
court would give us permission to go and see if the Idaho Supreme Court would be willing to weigh
Thank you,
in on this
Detective.
particular subject. Whether or not the case makes its way to trial at some point
Yeah, thank you.
is, in our mind, just part of what the court has to look at, particularly in a case where the state's decided that it wants to try to kill someone.
Judge once again disagreed with the defense's argument.
And I'm very concerned about delay. And I think that if we send this to the Supreme Court, that it's
Which he should be concerned. He's not doing anything wrong. He should be concerned about the delay. But damn, man, it's like the prosecution can do whatever they want. Maybe because you all went to school together. I don't know.
going to add delay.
Maybe.
Mr. Logston is correct. I mean, this is
We're
a
alum.
complicated case. It
We're
could
alum.
take a long time, longer than any of us.
What's up,
thought.
Holly?
But I think that would add additional delay.
Now, here's the issue.
Right. Additional
Kohlberger
delay.
waived his right to a speedy trial last year, which is one of the reasons it's taken so long to even get to the point where we have a trial date set. The prosecution, though, wants to go to trial sooner rather than later.
When the state filed our motion asking for a scheduling order and trial date, which was a little bit over a month ago, we proposed the summer of this year. And at that time, at this time right now, we believe that we could be prepared for trial summer of this year. We realize defense has factors and considerations they want you, Your Honor, to take into account, and certainly we want to afford them that opportunity.
That is so noble of you, sir. So
I will
noble.
say, though,
So noble.
and we touched on this in our motion, in our request for the scheduling order.
That is so
that
noble of
given
you.
the nature of this case, if we are going to try this case effectively with minimal unnecessary harm or disruption to our community, it should be done during the summertime.
And then we heard from the defense, who have major issues about this trial
Ah.
happening this year.
Your Honor, I received Mr. Thompson's motion for a scheduling order, and I had the opportunity to meet with him and talk with him and Ms. Jennings about that. So it is no surprise to the prosecution that we do not believe a summer of 2024 trial is realistic in any way. Understanding the state's concerns, if a trial were to happen in Latah County, we would suggest looking at summer of 2025. However, counsel and the court's aware that our intention is to file a motion for change of venue. I
Yeah, but she's the only one getting gaslit in this whole thing, Tiffany.
do not believe this is a 6-week trial.
She's getting
I
gaslit.
believe this is more like a 12 to 15 week trial.
Let's
This
plan a
is,
trial.
as everybody said today, a very complicated case. And I want to talk a little bit about what
Right
drives
there.
both our request no sooner than summer of 2025. And I say that with fear, Your Honor. There
What's up, Beth?
are a lot of things that we have to still do. I want the court and counsel to know that we haven't
Right.
sat around waiting for a scheduling conference to begin doing those things.
Can you imagine, like, you know how he talks to everybody else? Like, everybody else about, you know, he just knows so much more than everybody, you know? He just knows so much more than everybody. Imagine how he talks to his bandmates, you know? Can you imagine how his bandmate, the drummer, you know, the drummer is probably like, Bill, will you shut the hell up? I'm tired of you telling me how to do a kick snare. Bill, quit telling me how to do a kick snare. Damn, Bill, stick to playing guitar, Bill. Quit telling me how to play drums, Bill. Can you imagine that conversation on the stage?
We have been on this case and
Stop,
active
Bill.
and seeking discovery and reviewing discovery, meeting with experts and working the case since the day we were assigned this case. So with that said, there's still plenty to do. That's the duty I owe to Brian.
Right.
That's his right for effective assistance of counsel to have me do those things. Your Honor, summer of 2024, it's impossible for us to do it. Our team constantly meets, we constantly work. We are on this. This is our priority. Brian's our priority, but we are not going to be ready in June of 2024.
She's playing.
And one of the
She's like, Judge. Like, she's being gaslit. She's like, Judge, I'm being gaslit, Judge. Come on.
The biggest concerns here is the sheer amount of discovery that the defense needs to go through, including 51 terabytes of data, including one very important video that the defense needs to go through. We don't have clarification about what that video is. There are also calls with tips to police, videos, paperwork. They've acknowledged that there are 400 potential witnesses that might be in this case, and the defense has only interviewed apparently a fraction of them. They need to sort through experts. They need to prepare more background information on Kohberger's life, potentially for the penalty phase if he's convicted, because with the death penalty on the table, there would need to be a focus on mitigating evidence during that phase. And the judge is considering all of that and could set an official trial date at the hearing in a couple of weeks. And that is just the issue of the trial date. We haven't even gotten into the other issues. But before we even do that, let me bring on right now evidence expert Jules Epstein, who is the Edward D. Allbaum Professor of Law at Temple University's Easley School of Law. Professor, good to see you.
Jewel, the fan favorite. Remember the fan favorite? That was the live Q&A. Jesse, he just won't pay attention to the DNA dirty glove. It's sad.
Thanks so much for coming back on.
Yeah. The fan favorite.
Afternoon.
So what do you think about a potential
Good
trial
afternoon.
Because the judge said during the hearing that it's very hard for him right now to consider setting a trial date for 2025. I listed out a few
Good
of the issues.
afternoon.
What's your take on a trial date?
My take is that the way for the judge to do this right is actually to meet with each party separately and say, what do you need? Judge really needs, in a death penalty case in particular, to be sensitive to the need of the defense to explore all the background, what you call the mitigation. Second, there's this issue of the volume of materials, although I want to dial that back for a second. There are artificial intelligence programs that can, to some extent, help screen those documents.
What's up, Kimberly?
But even with that, it would be reasonable for the defense to say, look, Judge, we haven't even read everything and we're trying. Here's how long it will take.
Right.
And then the judge
What's up,
has
AI?
to use a
You hate this, Judge?
reasonable estimate of how much pressure can I put on the defense? Where will it be the tipping point where I will have violated due process rights? Given the volume that you've talked about and not knowing how far along the defense is, I think we're talking months and months and months or more.
That's what
So
she
here's
was
what's really
saying, dude.
interesting about that. It seems both sides are.
Dude, she said that in the fucking court hearing, man. It was more than months. More than months. Try more than a year. What do you... Oh, this is hilarious.
Agreeing.
This is hilarious.
Maybe more the prosecution.
Months and months.
Trial has to be set in the summertime.
Duh.
There was talk about whether or not, you delay it till the fall. And their concern was that this is going to have a detrimental effect on the community, particularly
the fan favorite, everybody.
I mean, you're dealing with a case about 4 college students who
gotta have the fan favorite.
So the idea of this happening summer 2024 now seems unlikely. But the question is, do you push it to summer 2025? That is so long away from now. And, they also talked about the fact that there's going to be so much media attention, the availability of hotel rooms, lodging, that it would be easier to have a trial like this in the summer than another time. What's your thoughts on that?
My thought is that is a convenience factor. That is a sensitivity to the community factor. I'm not sure that it overrides, on the one hand, speedy trial rights or doing it right and getting it right. Let's just imagine that the defense said we can be ready September 20th. Who is served by putting it off till June 2025?
There you go.
I'm not smart enough to make that judgment. But while it's important to be considerate of the college and the college town and things like that and hotel rooms, it's also kind of important to get cases resolved. I'm not suggesting the defense is rushing it. I just don't know how one balances those. That's up to the particular judges.
Okay, so if you were there, you could answer the question, Jesse. Because if he was there, he could answer this question. There's no room, period. There's no room, period. That's why they're arguing to have it when school's out, because there's no room, period. And if anything, they can use the parking lots for the university to then shuttle the people to the courthouse. You don't think they're going to have a shuttle service from the Kibbe Dome parking lot over to the frickin' courthouse? It ain't that far. That's what they're going to do. But it doesn't matter, because if you're trying to keep it in a bubble, OJ case, nobody thought it was going to last 7 months. Guess what? It lasted 7 months. So be prepared, measure twice, cut once, and change the fucking venue. So you don't have to, like he's saying, be ready in September and you got to wait till fucking June. Change the venue. Now, if you were there, you would say it's too damn small. Even if, would it boost the economy? I'm sure it would boost their little local economy, because then you're talking, You know, most people would probably have to go stay in Spokane. So they're going to have to drive a few hours. It is what it is. That's what they would have to do. But you know they're going to be eating in Moscow. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They're going to be eating in Moscow. You know they're going to be hanging around in Moscow. They're going to be going to the local establishments, spending money. So I'm sure they want it to stay there because it's going to be a fucking moneymaker for them, for their local economy. They're going to kill it. Think about all the fucking bars and restaurants that are going to make tons of money because they're going to be packed from not only the people that are there, but the people that are there to cover it and the people that are there to use the equipment to help the people that are there in covering it. It would be a humongous boom to that economy. But they're not thinking about it. They're like, no, you change a fucking venue. It's that simple. Bonnie M, give me 1 second here. Contribution call out to Bonnie. Thank you for the gifted membership. And AR just got a gifted membership. Definitely got to go check out the Kim calls we just dropped last week. Since that shady ass documentary's out. Couldn't use my shit. It's inconceivable. Thank God we didn't end up on that either. Ooh, the hate from that shit. It's ridiculous. They just paint all of us in a bad fucking way. You can't trust them. Ever since they did that shit to DTS, you just can't trust them. You just can't trust them. Hire the private driver. Right? Why is everyone putting the cart before the horse? Phew, before we decided on if school is going to be a problem, how about the connection? This is about justice, 100%, and truth. And truth. It actually, in all actuality, all that matters is the witness. All others need to figure out. What's up, Gordon? Ticket 74. One of my favorite shows as a kid. Alf. Love that show.
Gut feeling, not science.
I don't know. Maybe it's the legal analyst in me, the attorney in me. I love analyzing these like little legal intricacies of these cases.
Good. Why don't you analyze the DNA dirty glove, buddy? Because you know about it. You saw my damn message on your live. Analyze the DNA dirty glove, because we got more about that shit too.
Cases like the Koberger one. And when you think about how complicated the law can be, like, for example, personal injury cases, if you ever find yourself in a situation like that, you need a lawyer you can trust. That is why I'm excited to talk about Conley Hockey Giordano. This is a powerhouse legal team.
Sorry, they don't pay CJ. Pondo Hockey? Yeah, you don't pay me. Sorry.
A sponsor of ours here on Sidebar.
Have a cup of coffee, everybody.
By the way, because when you hire Conley Hockey Giordano, you're not just being represented by a single attorney. You're getting access to the entire team with over 250 years of combined courtroom experience. They're not just lawyers.
Tastes very good.
Advocates who fight
great value
for your rights.
Donut coffee.
After an accident, they want to make sure that you never have to
It's a great deal.
alone. Their track record speaks volumes because they've secured over $1 billion.
It tastes so good, I can't stop drinking it during my show.
Injured and disabled clients. And at Conley Hockey Giordano, their mission has always been to help as many people as possible, even if that means they can't handle your specific legal issue. That's why they're proud to have the Conley Hockey Referral Department, which has helped tens of thousands of individuals throughout all 50 states.
Who the fuck calls their shit Pondo Hockey? I'm just saying. I'm just asking. Who in the hell calls their shit Pondo Hockey? What the fuck?
The best attorney and law firm in their city or town for their specific legal needs.
Pondo Hockey.
If you've been hurt and you want to see if Conley Hockey Giordano is right for you or can help you.
Ponley. I'm calling it Pondo Hockey.
You can check them out, conleyhockey.com/LC sidebar, or by picking up the phone and calling them at 669-4043.
Pondo
I think the
hockey.
judge is quite sensitive and receptive to the defense's needs.
Thank
here,
you for
because
that
I think
coffee
the
break.
last thing the judge
That is good
wants
coffee.
is there to be a conviction and the defense to
Ooh.
say we were rushed into this trial, we weren't given enough time, then a retrial is granted because this is such a painful case. And look, the judge is also saying for the victim's family members, they deserve a resolution of this case sooner rather than later, but obviously it's complicated with the amount of alleged discovery in this case.
Which is why I said that I think a judge would be proper. Because neither side should hear the other's plans, that the judge says, I'm going to meet with each of you, we call it in camera, individually, and say, give me a realistic, what's going on, how are your resources, how much time are you devoting to this? And then the judge has to do their best to make a fair and balanced decision.
What do you?
That's a good fucking idea. That's not going to happen. That's a good idea, though. That's not going to happen. Have each of them state privately, so they're not putting on a fucking show. They're not putting on a show for the courtroom. They're not putting on a show in front of the defense or prosecution, whichever. They're not putting on a show. That's a good idea. Like, have each of them separate. Let's be realistic.
Later, but obviously it's complicated.
Let's be realistic
with the amount of alleged discovery in this case.
Yeah, let's be realistic.
Which is why I said that I think a judge would be proper. Because neither side should hear the other's plans, that the judge says, I'm going to meet with each of you, we call it in camera, individually, and say, give me a realistic, what's going on, how are your resources, how much time are you devoting to this? And then the judge has to do their best to make a fair and balanced decision.
What?
Yeah, that's a good idea, Michelle, CJ, and all of you with BK case. Do you think the judge worried if he sees things not right with the state and community won't like him anymore? No, I don't think he's worried about if people like him or not. I think he's worried about not I think he comes from a place where he doesn't want to be the judge, or he doesn't want this case to be referred to something in the future when it comes to changing the precedent of how things normally operated and how they change. In this case, I don't think he wants to be a reference, I think is what it is. Not that he's worried about if people like him. I don't think he is, because if I think that was the case, then I think when it comes to what he's going to be doing with the censorship of the trial, whatever parts, and even the people that are going to be reporting on it from the courtroom, I think that they're going to even feel self-censored because they don't even want to be the first example from judge of what you shouldn't, we didn't want you to say that. That's why we took it out or whatever. He's going to get upset because somebody said something trying to, get the views and be the first one to report something shocking. And they're going to be made as an example, like, we didn't want this information out, that's why we had it censored, example. It's not going to be a starter. It's going to be a bench player from the media that's going to be used as an example. I think that's where he's coming from. I don't think he cares about what people think, because if he did, I think that he wouldn't even be doing that. I think that he would be like, yeah, we're going to make it as completely transparent as possible. You're going to be able to see everything, da 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 da. I think that is what he would be doing if he did worry about that, because there's going to be, think about it already. when the news came out about him with that approach. It just stirred up a whole bunch of stuff, you know. And it even made me like, the whole time I had rooted on Judge, promoted Judge like crazy. Ever since he made his link. And then after that news came out about how things are going to be censored, then I was like, whoa, that's not cool, Judge. You know, that's not cool. Like, it should be transparent. I thought that's what it was about, but who knows? Now there might even be more that we don't even see because they don't want stuff you know what I mean? Like, when, I don't know, it just needs to be transparent. I still don't understand how there are 51 mostly video, Kimberly. You know, your documents or even your photos, you're talking kilobytes or megabytes. You're not even talking very large files, you know. Photos, you know, like documents is going to be reports. Those are kilobytes. Not very much. When you're talking about video, that's where your gigabytes start tacking up. You know, just think about it. If anybody even has a digital camera, take a video for 30 minutes and see how many gigs it is. Do you know, like, I mean, hell, let me go to just let me go to my footage. And hell, shit, I won't even go to my footage because that's almost a terabyte. I'll just go to let's go to let's see. Linda Lane footage, right? Let me go to my Linda Lane footage. That folder, just for Linda Lane footage, 7.6 gigabytes. Okay? And that's just for 4 hours of video. 7.6 gigabytes just for 4 hours of video. Now, if you're collecting cameras from all over Pullman, all over Moscow, and you're collecting video from the day of, the day after, probably however many days leading up to it, not only the surveillance cameras that you see on the road, you're talking any surveillance cameras from businesses, ring cameras, everything. That's where your data is coming from, the 51 terabytes. Most of it is going to be coming from video. Video will take up your memory like that. I mean, think about it. Even if you have a movie that you downloaded, you know, you're still talking 3, 4, 5 gigabytes. It adds up. So think about all them cameras, all of them cameras, surveillance, ring, and then throw those together. I'm surprised it's not more. Let me see. I've been a long time. Yeah, hit me up. evilcj@gmail.com or CJ's crime concepts at Gmail. Or if you're on Twitter or Discord or whatever. Oh, new member. You've been a member forever. Contribution call out. Hold on one second. There we go. Thank you, Kib Kitty. I'm surprised it just says 1 month. I know it's been forever. Okay, now where did it put me? What's up, Bread? How you doing? Allegedly 4,000. Right. But think about it, kilobytes. So if it's, we'll just say 5 megabytes. We're going max. 5 megabytes, and I'm going generous. 5 megabytes times 4,000. That's 20,000 megabytes. 20,000 megabytes is what? 2 gigabytes? How many gigabytes are in a terabyte? 1,000 gigabytes. So 4,000 crime scene photos, just being generous at 5 megabytes a photo, you're talking 2 gigabytes. And that's it. You see what I'm saying? When you add up the video, that's where it really collects, because look, almost 8 gigabytes just for 4 hours of video. Almost 8 gigs, you know? Police body cams. Yes, any video, especially with audio. Audio files aren't even that. Your audio files maybe 15 megabytes, you know, depending on the length of it or whatever. But a couple minute audio clip, maybe 200, maybe 200 megabytes, not gigabytes. It's a crazy amount of difference. Was JJ worried about literally burying the crime scene? I don't. It's crazy. Listen, if that house was still there, then I would say you find a way. If that house was still there, you find a way to keep that trial in Moscow. If the house is still there, the house is not there. There's no reason for the trial to be in Moscow. There's not. That was the only reason for the trial to stay in Moscow. Prosecution, you just gave up your only fucking anchor to that. That too, 3D scanning. Again, that's video, you know. When it's all video, it's yeah, it adds up. It definitely adds up. What's up, Ollie? It definitely adds up. All right, here, let me see. So he made a good point. He said they should listen to each side. Tell us tell us realistically where you're coming from. So we, you know what I mean? We don't put on a show for the prosecution, don't put on a show for the defense. Tell us realistically where you're coming from, where you're going, because let's be real, we don't need to be tossing around this stuff. Hopefully the judge does that, but I don't think so. It sounds like he's going to have both of them in the courtroom on February 28th, and he's going to have each one of them give their argument again. Why? You're going to hear the same stuff that you heard before. They're not going to say anything different.
I think the judge is going to decide here.
They're not going to say anything different.
I'm not privy to the documents or how far along they are in the work, but I said earlier, this is going to be a while before it goes to trial.
Let me ask you this. Putting aside the fact of the argument that there's so much discovery for the defense to go through, the prosecution says that they would have been ready to go to trial this summer. Is there an advantage for the defense to push this case down the road? Because if you're Brian Koberger and he says
what's up, Clue? Right?
This, wouldn't he want this case resolved?
It's the fan favorite. That's why he gets all blushy when he joins and Jesse butters him up. Because it's Jesse's softball. It's Jesse's softball. He can sit there and say whatever to this dude, and this dude is just gonna totally agree with Jesse and just like come up with shit like this. He asks him a question. He's like, I think it's gonna be a very, very, very long time until this trial happens. No shit, Sherlock. For real? For real? That's why Jesse loves him. That's why he's a fan favorite. Because he's a softball.
Sooner rather than later. But is there
you hit those babies out of the park? That ain't nothing. It ain't nothing.
For the defense to pushing this case to 2025.
So when I answer that, I'm not suggesting that that's what's motivating the defense.
Sure.
Your question is, could it benefit them?
Sure.
The answer is sure, in 3 ways. One is the longer time, the better prepared they are.
Whoa!
One is the longer the time, the slightly reduced passions. And this, of course, is going to dovetail with change of venue.
Boy, this is...
Right?
This is crazy. I ain't never
This
heard
is a
this shit
horrible,
before in my
horrible
life.
crime. It will always be a horrible, horrible crime.
Whoa.
But the shock of it, the terror of it, diminishes over time.
No way.
So a little bit of calming is
Whoa.
beneficial.
This
The
is crazy.
third, and I'm not the
It's like we're listening to Howard Bloom talk about the blood seeping out of the front door, or that the girls aren't allowed to serve liquor like the dudes are, or that DM was sleeping until 11. It's like, holy shit, we're listening to Howard Bloom.
certainly
Whoa.
not suggesting this is a proper motive.
It diminishes
As
after
time
time?
goes by, a witness may be lost, something may
Jason?
happen. Although that's true going both ways.
It diminishes after
So
time?
some advantages, but again, to me, the most important advantage is not delaying it, but getting the time
Ghost
right
printer,
so that the
79.
preparation can be done.
Before we move on to the next issue of change of venue, wanted your opinion real quick. And those were great points because I was thinking of the same thing.
I bet you were, Jesse.
The idea that the judge is reluctant to not delay the trial until the Idaho Supreme Court resolves the issue of the standard of proof for grand jury indictment. In fact, not only was he reluctant to deny, he denied the defense's motion to appeal the issue right now. The defense was saying, look, this issue needs to be resolved by the courts before we even have a trial. Otherwise, it's going to mess everything up in the future. What's your take on the fact the judge said, no. That happens. Down the line, we got to keep this trial going. We don't want to delay it based on waiting for a higher court to decide this issue.
So I'm not an expert in that state's law, but with that disclaimer, there are a lot of issues that the
He
defense,
just keeps hitting them right
any
out.
defense loses pre-trial that seem really important. And states have rules about which of those can be appealed before trial. And the rules tend to say they are very few. And occasionally you say, well, judge, would you give me permission and make this an exception? And that's within the judge's discretion. You talked earlier about this was as you put it politely, a novel theory, not supported by the law of that state. Well, maybe that was the reason the judge said, I'm pretty comfortable with this ruling.
Yeah.
Let's go to trial.
He did say, look, the Idaho Supreme Court may rule differently. That may be an issue that they decide, although he seemed to suggest that he feels pretty confident since that has been the law of the land there for, I don't know, centuries, decades.
What do you think he's going to do? Say, you know what? Go ahead and go talk to the people that are above me. No. Because the instant that he sends them that way is an instant that there's 1% chance that it's going to come back to bite him in the fucking ass. You don't think he's going to send them? He's not going to send them to the people that are going to bite him in the ass, that 1%, if it happens. They are right, Judge. Fuck. You think he's going to do that? No, he's going to do what he just did. He's going to fucking pressure them and damn near threaten them to be like, look, you can go over there, but you're going to come back here. It's like your dad telling you, look, you can go party with those people over there, but I'm telling you right now, your ass is going to be coming back in a cop car. You can go party with them, but your ass is going to be coming back in a cop car. Go ahead. Go party with them. And then they don't go, right? It's the same kind of shit right here. Come on, Jesse, quit playing it up.
But interesting to talk about. Okay, let's talk about change of venue, which I think is a really fascinating issue. So Koberger's public defender, Ann Taylor, she filed this motion 2 weeks ago. And in that filing, she says that a fair and impartial jury cannot be found in Latah County due to, quote, extensive inflammatory pretrial publicity, allegations.
Yeah, because it's a small community. Let me get rid of my face here for a second so you can read the words. It's a small damn community. Yeah. That's exactly what they've already prejudged the motherfucker that you don't. Come on. Our college kids gonna be going there. You know, I only talk to so many older people when I was there. I only talked to so many people of the older generation. The people I ran into at your Walmarts and your restaurants and your stores and things like that. But most of the time, I was at the campuses talking to students. All of them older people that are accustomed to letting it go the way that it's supposed to always been gone because that's the best way it's always gonna be. Those are the ones that are gonna have the inflammatory pre-trial publicity with the allegations, and then they're gonna have their minds already preset. I mean, hey, last night, shit, freaking Megyn Kelly couldn't even get her shit straight from the PCA. Last night, Megyn Kelly couldn't even get her shit straight from the PCA. So it was crazy. It was like, wait a minute. Okay, so that's not true, Megyn. But then 11 a.m., Dylan slept till 11? Dylan slept to 11? Blood was seeping out the front door? What? Is that real? So can you imagine? Maybe that's why. If there was blood seeping out the front door, there was blood coming down where the person would have walked out that front door, and they couldn't tell if the person walked out that front door because all of the other people that came walking right in. So it ruined any kind of directional footprints that were there before. So then they really didn't know how the person left because they couldn't tell if they really did leave out that door or not because there was all these other misdirectional footprints now. But I never saw anybody, and you saw people standing out there with no booties on. Zoom in on AT's laptop. And Taylor doesn't even blame the prosecution anymore. Now they understand. And so they're, yeah, this is what I'm saying. I don't think, and somebody made a comment earlier about if they were withholding evidence. I don't think they've ever withheld evidence. I've been saying they were sitting there waiting for evidence to materialize that they thought was going to materialize and never ended up materializing. And that's why they have a lot of shit that looks like, yo, this is who it is. They just don't have what goes with it because they were expecting that to materialize and it never materialized. And so they're sitting there going, we gave you everything. We don't have anything. The evidence that we thought was going to materialize didn't end up materializing. So really it doesn't, it's not part of it. So we don't have anything. Well, it looks like there's more stuff that goes. I know, but we thought it was going to materialize and it never did. Sorry, we gave you everything. We don't have anything else because the other stuff that we do have doesn't matter because it never materialized into anything anyway. We just wanted to hurry up and jump on the gun because we only had a fucking week after we arrested him before the new semester started. I mean, that's just how, that's why they got the tip. They went ahead and ran with it. And then that's why you got Ann Taylor asking over and over and over and over because they thought all this shit was going to materialize and it never did. And they ended up with, it's just like the Oregon car, right? It's just like the Oregon car. They hurried up, ran over there, get it, set up a team. Let's go. All excited. Imagine if they would have, what if that person was there? Imagine if they would have hurried up and arrested that person and then all of a sudden said, oh shit, sorry guys. That car really wasn't part part of it. Fuck. Too late. They've already pushed all their chips in. They're banking on this shit. Never materialize. That's just my opinion, though. Isn't that crazy? And where's the cast data, too, right? Where's the video? Where's the video that Ann Taylor's asking for? Where's the cast data Ann Taylor's asking for? You should have already had this shit the day that you arrested Koberger. You should have already had the video. You should have already had the cast data because you had it according to your fucking PCA. Mr. Brett Payne, based on my knowledge, based on my experience. You want to, it's like they were talking yesterday when we were doing the show, and yeah, Brett Payne, he's a real go-getter. He's in your face. You know why? It's called short man syndrome. It's that little damn dog at your fucking door yapping and barking like crazy like it's a badass motherfucker. And it's like, bro, chill the fuck out. You're the size of a soup can. They just knew he was going to be a fucking perfect scapegoat. Yeah, guys, we ain't... Hey, Payne, he's only got a couple years experience. He's already, he's gonna, he's already he's a little chihuahua. He's a little chihuahua. Let's give him that big bone he keeps barking about. Let's give him that big bone. And he's going to be all up like, yeah. He's not even going to question nothing. He's going to be so easy to manipulate and become the patsy for all this shit going to hell. You know this. He's going to be the patsy for all this shit going to hell. Who they going to make fun of the most on the witness stand other than Brett Payne, people? Mr. Payne, let's talk about this route. You have streets and addresses that aren't even correct according to what they're really called. And then you also have a city that's in Washington that you have listed in Idaho. And that's just the beginning. That's just the beginning. You look at everything that he's saying. He was led. He didn't walk into the scene and discover all these things. Hell, it took him until reviewing Nunez's body cam to even know that there was a fucking dog there. That was the first time he knew there was a dog. Was from looking at Nunez's body cam. And the reason he probably had to look at Nunez's body cam was because Nunez was probably one of the ones that was on fucking leave and he couldn't talk to him and they had to hurry up and put the fucking thing together. And so he had no choice but to review the body cam. I first noticed that there was a dog only when I reviewed Nunez's body cam. Why ain't you talking to Nunez? Why do you have to look at his body cam? Right? And anything in the PCA is so-and-so led me here. So-and-so told me this. So-and-so showed me this. And then a lot of based on my experience. Somebody walked him through and said, Mr. Payne, here's this, here's this, here's this, here's this, here's this, and here's this. That's how he knew. Why wasn't Lanier the lead investigator? He was there right away. Why wasn't he the lead investigator? You want to talk about putting experienced people in the places. Okay, Fry was gone. Okay. Your ass was there, Lanier. Why weren't you the lead investigator? Why weren't you doing a press conference out in front of the property, even though Fry was a couple hours away where there wasn't any cell phone activity? Why wasn't your ass talking to the news crews in front of the frickin' house? You didn't hear shit from your ass until the press conference. And when did you ever hear from Payne? Payne's the lead investigator, but where was he at those press conferences? Where was he? He's the lead investigator, but he never had to go to a press conference to answer any questions. It's gross.
Made about Mr. Koberger to the public by media that will be inadmissible at his trial.
Right,
the
Mishy
small
girl.
Size of the community, the salacious nature of the alleged crimes, and the severity of the charges. She argued that Latah County just doesn't have a large enough population to avoid bias. Give everybody an idea, Latah County has a population of a little over 40,000. Now, Latah County prosecutor Bill Thompson responded last week saying that this request is, quote, premature and without sufficient basis because the defense, quote, has not provided the court with adequate information to conclude that a Latah County jury could not fairly and impartially decide defendant's case. Professor Epstein, what are your thoughts?
And they're going to hide him until trial happens because you know what, Jason? They already know. Think about it. Think about this. This is why they didn't have his ass up in the press conferences. Because they know he can be a loose cannon at any moment. Watch. I don't know the fucking dude, but I can read people pretty damn well. And I bet you when he gets on the stand, there's a reason they didn't have him at these press conferences because they didn't want to have to let him answer questions, good questions that the reporters were asking, because then he probably would have slipped. Because he's got that hot head. Think about it. If you have that approach where you're freaking all up, you know, you're just right there. You're good, you know, you're that little chihuahua. You're going to be that little chihuahua behind a microphone too. When there's a reporter standing there asking you a question that makes you uncomfortable because you got to tell the truth or figure out a way to not, then that little chihuahua comes out, even if it's behind the microphone, and guess what happens? Son of a bitch, Payne fucked up this press conference. Fuck. That's why you didn't hear from him. Now watch. When the trial happens, and he's behind a microphone, and the little chihuahua's gonna come out, guess what? That's when you're gonna see. That's when you're going to see, and they're going to sit there and go, Payne fucked this up. Payne. Not us. It wasn't the evidence, people. The evidence was there, people. Payne fucked this up. Payne is going to be the scapegoat. It's going to happen. Watch. And he's going to say some shit that it's the, oh, Payne fucked up. Watch.
Courts are reluctant to change venue. And change venue means let's have the trial in another part of the state.
They should.
First of all,
is that what it means? Oh my gosh.
Publicity, a lot of places.
No wonder he's a fan favorite.
Second of all, I
means
have
you're
not
in another
seen
state.
The public defender's pleadings.
No, you don't.
Typically, in a change of venue motion, you do two things.
Another city.
You list and attach and cite to every news article and every TV report and every social media report. Nowadays, you'd hyperlink to it. As a subpart of that, you'd say, look, this report mentioned X, which is inadmissible at trial. And this report mentioned Y, which is inadmissible at trial. Because it's not enough that the crime be well known, but it also has to be that this information polluted potential jurors. If you can take the next step, you do some polling. You know, random knock on doors, however polling is done, and say, what do you think? Do you feel he's guilty? Why do you feel he's guilty? You know, stuff like that. And if you could, you'd come in with poll results to say, Judge, we're not just saying there's all this publicity, we have some ability to show its impact. Reading between the lines, that's what it sounds like the prosecutor's response was addressing. Although, again, I haven't seen the plea.
You think somebody going door to door going, yes, I was wondering, do you think BK is guilty? Okay, yes? Okay. And then you get towards halfway through and you're like, hey, James, it looks like most people think he's guilty. That's not going to be a good argument on our side. For an unbiased jury. Why don't we do this? How about for the next 10 houses we go to, we'll just mark no, even though they say yes. So that way it balances out the percentages. So then when we go and show it the judge and we go, look, Judge, it's a 51-49% split, Judge. It's totally fair. Who's going to trust this? Sherlock Holmes? Man, who would trust that?
Sometimes judges will say, my God, this publicity was so pervasive.
Door-to-door vote.
Sometimes they'll say, I want more data.
Oh,
sometimes they'll say, let's try. Because, and I know this doesn't rock your world, lots of people pay no attention to the news or crime news. No offense, okay?
Hey, none taken. Those are called potential followers of ours that we're trying to capture their attention.
That's right. So having done jury selection in incredibly high-profile cases in Philadelphia, and when we polled prospective jurors, did you hear about this? And it was like, how could you not hear about this?
I need to start wearing like jackets in college shirts.
Sadly, lots of people don't stay current. Okay. So sometimes a judge will say, let's try jury selection and see how we do. There is no absolute rule of you have to do it this way or you have to do it that way. It may be more cautious and problem avoidant to just say, you're right, let's move across state. And I'm sure their state has a process where the state Supreme Court says, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, we're moving you to X location. But those are the factors a judge has to think about.
This guy.
I would agree that if this was a case that was so big in a local community, corruption case, a murder case, everybody in the town's talking about it, but no one else in the state even knows it's going on, I'd say that's a good change of venue. Everybody knows about the Brian Kohberger case. And obviously I don't mean everybody, but I'm saying this is now gone on national airwaves. You cannot find it not in national papers in different states. Everybody is talking about this case. So for me, and we've covered other high profile trials before, one off the top of my head, the Derek Chauvin case, right? There was no change of venue there. And you had high profile trials where there's no change of venue because the case is so saturated across the country. Everywhere you go, someone's going to know about it.
It's not about knowing about it. It's about the room, dude.
So let's distinguish everyone knows about it versus everybody knows about it and it hits home to them.
That's fair. That's fair.
Okay. So I'm with you, although
I don't understand. Why are they even discussing this? It has nothing to do with how many. Dude, it's a small community. They are. Oh, I wish you could buy common sense at the fucking corner store,
trust
me. Go get yourself some common sense.
People off the street, 5 of them. This is a purely unscientific guess, okay?
Sure.
5 of them will have heard of Kohberger.
Come on, 7-Eleven.
Mm-hmm.
But in that town, everybody knows somebody who knows somebody or is related to a police officer. Or
there you go. There you go.
I get the public defender's request. It sure.
Gosh.
is in the reasonableness zone.
Right.
Jesse's too big
Let me
time to
ask
know
you
about
this.
them
Let me ask
small
you this.
communities.
I'll
That's
end
what
it
it
with
is.
this question.
That's what it
I've
is.
seen an interesting
He's too
argument
big
put
time.
forward that it's important to keep this trial in that community. This affects their community. They want to get it right. They should be the ones who hear this case that affects their community, affects the people there. And 2, I've actually put forward this idea. I don't know if it's totally crazy, but I'll let you decide it. I think for the defense, there's almost a benefit, because if you have jury members who know that community and who know that geography, when you're raising questions about where Brian Koberger was or why he was driving that night, and if they're like, wait a minute, that's a party town, it wouldn't be outside I've driven that route before, it wouldn't be outside the.
Jesse, it's not fucking Chicago, bro. You can look on Google Maps and you see the whole city and you don't even zoom out, yo. What? That's gonna be a benefit. I don't know where this dude's coming. Where's Jesse coming from? Where is Jesse coming from? You're too big for the small town shit to understand. And you're saying it's a benefit for the defense that the trial stays in Moscow because, yeah, when BK's driving this route, there's no way he's gonna turn right where he turns right, because look, there's this taco stand right there, and that taco stand might be in the way. What is this? Jesse.
Realm of possibility to go from A to B. I think having jury members who understand the layout, geography of this might be beneficial to the defense's case, because remember, they might be putting an alibi that he was just driving around, or there was an explanation for why he was where he was. I don't know. You tell me. Any advantage for the defense keeping it in that locality? And B,
I can't wait.
The idea you want to keep it.
No, there ain't no advantage.
That community deciding this case.
So let me take them in reverse order.
Sure.
That would be an ideal if.
Please, fan favorite.
Members of that community can meet the 6th Amendment mandate of being impartial jurors.
Right, and I don't think they can.
Okay. I'm not sure I can be an impartial juror when there's a murder down the block from me. And that's the trade-off with the community. As to your point that it might benefit the defense, I was on Jones Highway down by the old mill, or
it makes no sense, Jesse.
I have no idea if that would be to their benefit or their detriment.
It makes no damn sense. And look at that. They just had another Pondo hockey advertisement there in the bottom right corner, but the CJ's Crime Concepts covered it up.
Because someone could just as easily say, oh, I've been there. You can get there much
right.
quicker.
You know what I mean?
Right now,
what are you talking about, Jesse?
I don't know the defense. I don't know the geography and what comes into play here.
He's not taking your
Be
softballs.
incredibly careful as a defense attorney in making that assumption, unless it was really, really, really clear and something that sort of like insider knowledge where I'd benefit, crystal clear benefit from the jury knowing, oh, that road, that bridge, you can't drive fast over that bridge. Something like that.
Jules Epstein, what a pleasure. Always love having you on. Fan favorite, my fan favorite, but also all of our viewers' fan favorites. Thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it as always.
Take care, my friend. See you soon.
Yeah, the fan favorite. Gotta love the fan favorite. He was just hoping he was just hoping. Here, I'm gonna throw these softballs and hopefully, you let me wind up, throw them softballs, boom, hit that mother. Yeah, he wasn't letting you do it on that last one. I don't know. I mean, he did let him down softly, though. I don't know if it would be a benefit or not to the defense if he was seen going from here to here and they knew about it, Jesse. He really should have said, Jesse, come on, man. How is that going to benefit? Fan favorite talking more sense. Right there, he was Inspector Gadget a little bit ago in the episode. no shit Sherlock. But yeah, there's a couple times he just wasn't doing the softball shit. Oh boy. Crazy. All right. We're going to get in. This is an episode. This is some of the, it's going to be part 1, the other players in the game part 1, because there's going to be a lot of different things we're going to be going through. So as you've noticed over the last week, we're starting to do things where we're doing different parts on different episodes, and we're having different series going on at the same time. So tonight we're going to be doing our part 1 of the other players in the game. And one of them is something that I've wanted to check out for a long time from Chaos Sector, and it's that Batman video. I know you guys have been sending a lot of stuff, been talking about a lot of stuff when it comes to these other players, Enon. I'd like to get some other things set up for some of these future episodes too. But we've been talking about a lot of these different players, Jacks and Joes and private drivers and all these different things. And so I'm like, you know what? We need to start, as I'm doing these different ones, part 2 Kim call tomorrow night. As I'm doing these different ones, I'm like, man, we need to have nights where we're not just talking about one specific person like Enon. We're like, actually, we're just going to call them all the other players in the game. So that way, it's not sticking to one particular person, because I know you guys have been doing a lot of your own work in the background too, with this person or that person or this group or this theory. And so instead of stalling certain parts of that out because we're talking about a different subject, to me, it's like, let's just put it all together. So this part of the series that we're going to have is going to be more of the interactive series, where if you guys are sending me stuff and we're talking about it, we can go from Emma to Enon to Jack to whoever. We're not going to create pauses in any of these different people or groups that you guys do all this hard work for. We're going to keep it going. We're not going to have it on every single night, but we're going to keep it going, different episodes. As we go through every couple days, we'll be hitting on this one, couple days, this one. So when it comes to this, if you have anything you want to send me, if you have anything you want to go over, if you want to join the show and you want to talk about a certain theory and where you're coming from, and you have stuff you want to share, well, let's schedule something. It's going to be one of those things where we're going to explore the other players in the game. This goes beyond BK. This is not to do with BK. If it is to do with BK, it's him being part of a group. This is about the others, and I want to make sure that we can highlight all the hard work that you guys do too, because I know the last couple weeks we've been doing these shows, that shows, different case, and a lot of the stuff is kind of getting lost in the background, and I want to make sure that we can kind of scoop all that up and we just keep going with it, because I know you guys do a lot of hard work out there. Bonnie, check out the episode we had last Saturday. We'll be having part 2 tomorrow night. And if anybody, and I'll drop it in chat here in a second. Here, let me share it with you. We'll be doing part 2 tomorrow night. If you weren't there on last weekend's show, you'll definitely want to rewatch it. Just skip to the part. Just skip to the part where we talk about it. I think it's let me see, 1 hour, because we always do case chat in the beginning. So 1 hour and 20 minutes into the show. Definitely sit there and listen to the rest. Get a notebook, take notes. Here's the link for last week's show that we did, episode 1. Take notes and come back. We're going to be discussing it tomorrow night. We're going to be discussing our notes from last Saturday's show. We'll be discussing those notes tomorrow, and we're going to be because this is right. WSU Kim joined the show June 5th, 2023 for the first time. That was right after the anonymous Dave call. I think was either the night before or maybe the night before that. We were talking and covering the anonymous Dave call that had came out from back then, and then she just ended up coming on the show. We had talked for a few minutes before the show started, and then she joined us for the whole evening. Now, if you are a member, there's more episodes that she was on, and I went ahead and dropped all those last week. A week ago, I dropped those and a couple other ones that had been on private the whole time, because I didn't want people using that shit like Paramount and all these other things. I didn't want them using my shit. Now, they could have used all the other shit. I didn't want them using this because to me, I already knew where they were going with these angles and shit. So now that those are available, all the other ones are members only. This one right here, if you watch the original one, it's members only. This one was a special treat for the community, and I played the members only for everybody. It's something we're going to talk about tomorrow and get into the anonymous Dave stuff too. So definitely get your notebooks out, rewatch it or watch it, take notes, come back with your questions, contradictions, and then we're going to go into those, and also we're going to go into that anonymous Dave stuff. Yeah, it was last Saturday. We'll be doing part 2 tomorrow night. So part 2, if you want the link for that, if you want to hit the notification on it early, here's the link for this one. This is part 2 we'll be doing tomorrow night. Yeah, it was previously unavailable, and then I went ahead and made it available last week. Yeah, thank you, Mama 5. And there's more after that. She joined the show more after that, and those are members only as well. Check those out. All right. So when it comes to, I love Chaos Sector and how they've been going into this Batman, right? The Batman needs to be arrested. The Batman. I love the theory that they have with all this stuff. So let me go to the videos here, and I will share the channel. 1 second. And it's like they keep stealing the freaking F-bomb crown from me, man. Every time they're like, fuck. I was like, shit, man. Like, I haven't been saying it as much, and all of a sudden, they keep taking the belt from me. I got to keep that belt. I'm the F-bomb king. Ticket 89, I must say I didn't find WSU Kim credible since I don't think she was clear on whether she was interviewed. Well, this is what I've told everybody from the very beginning when we even came across her call on DTS a year and a couple months ago, because it was December of 2022. The end of December 2022, I think it was, when she called DTS. That's when we went over that. And we sat back and listened to it. And if you go on that first show that we listened to her call, I was even reminding the panel, everybody has to understand, and this is what I kept reminding everybody, this is what you have to understand, even the panel. This is a mom of 2 college students that is telling you the game of telephone and what she heard. Now, whether you take it as real or not real, that's up to you. There's definitely things that are said that don't match or line up. But again, she is a mom that had children. She heard things from her daughter. It's already a game of telephone when her daughter's hearing it. You know what I'm saying? It's already a game of telephone. So she's hearing the game of telephone, And then it's also discussing things that she looked up. So I'm not saying, when I say you have to consider the source, I don't mean that in a negative way. When I say you have to consider the source, you have to consider it's not somebody that works for LE. It's not somebody that was a friend of the victim. It's not somebody that's a friend of the family. It's not somebody that was at the crime scene. It's not somebody that has a child that was at the crime scene. You have to consider the source. So, and you have to remember, there's always little teeny nuggets of gold in that dirt. You just have to sift through it and sift through it and sift through it. And then you discover those little teeny nuggets of gold. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Get your notebook out, check it out, give it a listen. I'm gonna even be doing it tomorrow morning. I'm gonna sit down in the morning. I'm gonna wake up. I'm gonna have some blueberry muffins. I'm gonna have some coffee, and I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna listen to it again, and I'm gonna take some fresh notes, more notes than what I took when we were sitting there watching it the other night. All right. So we're gonna go to not this last one, but the first Batman video that Chaos Sector had. Now, this was from 3 weeks ago. Batman is the private driver. Now, it's going to discuss the red car. So, if any of you guys had questions about the red car, you're going to see the red car. But I really enjoy the whole Batman type theory that they're talking about, because it's something that we were kind of getting into when we were discussing the private driver and everything that had to do with the background and the interesting pictures post and, you know, the favorite weapons and all these other different things. You know what we're talking about. And I want to say shout out Doc Thrifty. Appreciate all your hard work and everything that you were sending as well. I can't wait to have you on the show, bro. Whenever we can do that, I would love to. Because I think the stuff that Doc has to say and the things that he's going into, I think if you mix a lot of the stuff that we're coming up with together, I think you can paint a fucking picture that's going to be very interesting, and it especially with the incels stuff and all the other interesting things. If you guys haven't, let me share this with you guys. He put out this video today, and I want to say thank you to him because he gave me an awesome shout out on it, and I want to say thank you to him for doing so. So let me share this video that he had put out earlier before we get started into this Batman stuff. Where did it go? Here it is, right here. So this is what it'll start playing. Here's the link. Go show some love on it. He gave me a really cool shout out. I think he posted it this morning or last night, 12 hours ago. Posted it this morning. So just shout out to Doc, Times Lines, and Videotape. Thank you for the shout out. I really appreciate it. People don't have to do it. And I know when they do it, it's out of the kindness of their own heart. So it really means a lot. They don't have to. So thank you. I appreciate you. I can't wait to collab with you sometime. A hell of a time. I think that we kind of get our two brains, mix it together. It's going to be some crazy shit, y'all. All right, this is the first Batman video from Chaos Sector. Here's the link for it. Go show some love for it. And go back to this first. So if you have anything that you do want to send, I'm going to go ahead and leave this up here for a second. Where's it at? If you do have anything, Let me put this in there for you. You can send it to all these links right here. So if you do have anything you want to send to the show, when it comes to the other players in the game, go ahead and send it to these destinations, and we'll go ahead and include it in this series. And who knows how many this is going to be. Chaos Sector.
Welcome to the Chaos Sector. We want to once again address the private driver issue. It's still being depicted as Moscow's Eric Gower by some in the comments. Now let's review what we know about Moscow's Eric Gower. He is an alumni from the University of Idaho, check. He's a program director for the university's Outreach Youth Program, check. His hometown is Kamiah, Idaho, check. He currently resides from what is currently known in Moscow, Idaho, check.
Thank you,
He has a
Kimberly.
wife
Appreciate you.
who works for the police department in some capacity, check. Now,
Really, send me everything you guys want, and if you send it to me before, because I get so many freaking messages of stuff. Sometimes stuff really does get lost. Plus, I have my own work that I have. I mean, you guys saw it earlier when I was showing you all the prep stuff that I have. Like, stuff does get lost. So do me a favor. Don't take it personal. If it's something I didn't go over and you sent it to me previously, please send it to me again. This is one of the reasons why I'm doing this series for this part, is because I want to make sure that we do get to all of that information, because I do appreciate it. So definitely send it to these locations and let me know if you do.
to just put this all into perspective briefly, we review Gower's LinkedIn profile. Quote, as the director of Bridge Idaho, I oversee 2 federal upward bound grants that serve low-income and or potential first-generation high school students. My goal is to help them achieve academic success and access higher education opportunities. I have a bachelor's degree in recreation, a master's degree in movement and leisure sciences, and I am currently pursuing a PhD in education with an emphasis on character development from the University of Idaho. I have more than 6 years of experience in TRIO programs, where I have developed skills in event planning and management, leadership, and federal grant management. I have also obtained multiple certifications, such as CPR, First Aid, Scuba, and Part 107 Drone Pilot. I am passionate about providing quality education and support to students from diverse and underrepresented backgrounds. I have strong communication skills and social services professional. I am always eager to learn new things and collaborate with others to achieve positive outcomes. Unquote. Gower was a youth outreach coordinator from August 2017 to March 2021, then became an associate program director from March 2021.
I want to say shout out to AG. I'm going to share this real quick. If anybody has any questions on anything that the private driver did say or didn't say, shout out to AG. Had a great post on Twitter earlier. I'm going to share some of these at the end of the show. Here's the link for this. This has the links to the articles, and I'll share those with you guys here real quick as well if you don't have Twitter. Here's the Daily Mail, and then I'll send the other one. Let me see. And there's Daily Mail. And then here's the other article, the 1,200 feet from my door article. There you go. Yes, I can't wait to have AG on the show one night in the future. So definitely check out that article. Great post by AG. Thank you for putting that up there to remind everybody, because everybody, they do kind of get some things confused sometimes. And so it's always good to have that. So thank you to AG for reposting that. I always love sweet. Awesome. Yeah, Mishy Girl, she's been coming up with some great information this whole time as well. So shout out to you, Mishy Girl, as well, for not only supplying others, but even me. Mishy Girl was the one that sent the article to me about the LE search in the Sentra. So shout out to to miss you, girl. Thank you so much. All right, back to this.
Management. I have also obtained multiple certifications, such as CPR, first aid, scuba, and Part 107 drone pilot. I am passionate about providing quality education and support to students from diverse and underrepresented backgrounds. I have strong communication skills and social services professional. I am always eager to learn new things and collaborate with others to achieve positive outcomes." Unquote. Gower was a youth outreach coordinator from August 2017 to March 2021, then became an associate program director from March 2021 to April 2023, and is currently a program director, which was from April 2023 to present. Now, once again, we review that resume, which is why people assumed he was the private driver. Under certifications, we see it says university approved driver, right? And also under training, it consists of safety and security awareness and safe routes to school. Now, although this is a public service, it's more of a university service, meaning this service that Gower provides does not include being a designated driver for students on Saturday nights. The words private driver or rideshare driver are not listed in this resume. And that's important because that's a specific service as opposed to being an approved driver or providing safe routes to school for students. You understand? It would be off campus, like calling Gower to come pick students up from well, the grub truck or the corner club on the weekends. Although Eric Gower does help the youth and even students at the university, this would be a bit too much on his plate. Somewhat of a conflict of ethics, to be honest. Imagine being called to pick up some drunk college students who for some reason don't have a designated driver in their circle. He drives out, picks them up, and they're barfing in the back seat of his vehicle, or they're a little too wasted and pass out. Now he has to...
Yeah, remember sometime he said that he wanted to make sure, because sometimes people need help. You heard him. Creepy.
Take them to the hospital, etc.
Drunk girls,
and he would
right?
have to gather himself and return to his actual job as a program director. Eric Gower is also married, so that late night activity combined with his already busy schedule is too much for a marriage. He's already married to someone who works for the police department, so their household is like another job, with evenings going over paperwork. Simply put, you need time for marriage, and being a private driver for students on the weekends, off campus, I might add, is a recipe for disaster in that marriage. Okay, some may still question it and say, well, Gower's a man of dedication
too,
and wants to make sure students are getting home safe after
especially when you just have a baby. Like you're having a baby and your ass is out there in the middle of the night.
Partying. Yeah, that's understandable. But can he do that alone? Why wouldn't there be multiple drivers for this? But let's get to the main reason. The private driver was not Eric Gower. Many claim Gower has a white truck, right? Of course, we've seen the white truck pass the girls in the footage with Jack walking down Main Street. Check. Then we see a white truck in the leaked neighbors footage. Okay, check. The vehicle that is seen in the window's reflection of the grub truck surveillance. Well, that's not a truck. It's a car. How do we know it's a car instead of a truck?
The tail lights.
Because of the ride height. How do we know the ride height is lower than the truck's ride height? Because the headlights are obviously lower to the road than those of a truck. Let's examine once again. Oh, some may say he drove his other vehicle. Which one is it then? First, it was a white truck. Some even said it may have been a blue car that picked them up. We see the 3 slat taillight design of a Mustang, and now we focus on the headlights as well. Let's see here. If you look at the vehicle's headlights upon pulling up, we can clearly see that the bumper or the body frame of the vehicle is lower to the ground than that of a truck. A truck would obviously be higher, and the headlights would be higher. Despite the distortion of a window's reflection, the physical position of the vehicle is lower to the road than a truck. And also, the design or shape of the headlights is of a car, not a truck. A car hood is sloped upwards, all the way to the dash window, and the front of the car, including the grille, the bumper, and the headlights, are usually a bit sloped in this same angle. Trucks, on the other hand, have a straighter hood design all the way to the dash window. We see that the headlights are longer along the side portion of the design, as it slopes upwards, aligned with the sloping design of the front of a car's body type. Most truck headlights are more rectangular and also along the side portion due to the box shape of the truck's body frame. Now let's examine the side view of a Ford Mustang to see if those headlights match. Now the vehicle in question, the red Mustang, appears to be a fourth generation, ranging from 1999 to 2004. Okay, examining the headlights in this side view, it does resemble the headlights of the vehicle in the window's reflection. Combined with the taillights, which resemble those of a Mustang, it is more than likely a Mustang. Now, those taillights sometimes look different in that reflection, and some may say, well, where's the middle light in the three-slat taillight design of the Mustang? Good question, but there are several reasons it doesn't appear to be the three-slat design. One reason would be that the angle of the car does not display the outer light on the right-hand side.
It's burned
on
out.
the edge near the outer panel.
It's burned
As
out.
you see here, the Mustang is captured at an angle, so 3 lights are displayed on the left side, but only 2 on the right side.
That's a good
And
picture.
even then, the left tail lights and its lighting would appear to be just one big light in surveillance, and also a
picture.
window's reflection of that tail light, which increases the glare of the light. Okay, then there's another possibility. It could be due to a tuning called tail light sequence.
No, you can tell. You can tell there's a space in between the first and the second light. There's a space in it. The tail light is burned out. The middle slot is burned out. You can see the difference in the picture, the space. It's burned out.
Which have different lights on and others off. We did a bit of research
Ticket
on this
98.
because
Thank you,
we
Pam.
did wonder about that despite
9 to
claiming
5,
it's a
Jackie.
Mustang. So with this tuning, the taillights have flashing sequences that you can cycle through. One that I noticed, especially for the 3-slat taillight design of the Mustang, we checked, of course, is that 2 of the slats would be on while the 1 slat wasn't. And this sequence can display only 2 slats during turning or accelerating. I'm sure it could also display that sequence in the parked gear. So this would explain why it doesn't appear to be the 3-slat design of the Mustang's taillights. Could be wrong, could be a totally...
See the space? See the space right there? That's how you know that part of the taillight's burned out, because of the space. It matches the width. The width of the lights on the right side match the width of the lights on the left side. They're just burnt. One slot is burned out. One slot is burned out. You want to know if it's the car? Hopefully they turned on the headlights and they saw if there was a burned out part of it. That's how you know. I doubt they're changing their tail light if it's parked like that on the side of the road. And when you look at the Mustang that they were looking at in them suits, it didn't look like it was in pristine condition. So if it's not in pristine condition, I imagine you're probably not changing your rear tail light, because you might not even know that it's burned out, you know?
different vehicle.
It's
Those
burned out.
taillights surely look like those of a Mustang. And let me add, this tuning, along with the black rims that were on that abandoned red Mustang, shows that there was tuning done to the vehicle. I mean, it's a Mustang, V6 or V8 convertible. It doesn't matter. Mustangs are American muscle, and most guys will eventually tune them, even if it's cosmetic work. With that black front bumper, either they crashed prior or they were planning on replacing the original one with a custom Mustang front bumper. Mustangs are built to race, so it's not shocking that there were tunes done to the vehicle, including altering the taillights. But someone left a comment and claimed it was a white Dodge Ram 2500, which apparently is what Eric Gower drives. Now, I think they're missing the main point here. Even if Eric Gower did drive a white Dodge Ram 2500, and that would be the same vehicle spotted in those videos, well, for one, it clearly isn't a truck in the grub truck footage, and for two, that truck's ride height is even higher, as it appears to be set on off-road tires. Also, who was interviewed claiming to be the private driver from Pullman, Washington? Did Eric Gower pretend to be from Pullman to prevent people from knowing he was the private driver from Moscow, Idaho? Then why even allow your name to be revealed in the PCA? After all, Moscow PD concealed the DoorDash driver's identity, right? You see, that doesn't make sense. But for what it's worth, we'll just examine all of that footage for clarification. They also state that this is the same white truck seen in the surveillance of the girls and Jack walking down Main Street. Let's examine that footage to see if it's a Dodge Ram 2500. To be honest, can't really tell what type of truck that is. Based
got
on the
2
taillights,
windows.
they do resemble those of a Dodge Ram. So yeah, perhaps that's a Dodge Ram, but that doesn't prove it's Eric Gower's Dodge Ram.
It's got
Because,
2
well,
side
we haven't
windows.
established that Eric Gower even drives that truck. Please provide a source of the claim he drives a Dodge Ram, because that information would have to come from someone in Moscow, such as a student or someone who knows him. That's all we asked. If you claim something as a fact, just provide the evidence and we'll accept it. As for the white truck from the neighbor's camera footage, can't tell what make that is, but it does have an extended bed, it appears. Maybe it's the view, but to me, that doesn't look like the same white truck in the Main Street surveillance.
I think that white truck is on my footage. I'll have to look while we're watching this.
And there is another white truck parked, which would be the next door neighbor's driveway.
Let me see.
And let's touch on that briefly. With all those vehicles parked at that home, we know they heard most of that violence, and some may have saw something as well. They were neighbors, yet nobody has come out, to our knowledge, claiming to hear or see anything. They haven't been interviewed by the mainstream media. Absolutely nothing. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, some of them moved out, right? That next morning, I believe they were seen packing and moving out of that home. Oh, why are you leaving? Oh, because of the tragedy that happened next door. Or was it because you didn't want to be interviewed about what you obviously heard or even...
All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up my footage here, and we're going to find out what truck that is. Because there's a few white trucks sitting up there. Give me 1 second. Let's go to this. Let's go to this. And I believe it's this one. Let's see here. Let's see here. What are we looking at? Okay, so is it going to be this truck? Let me get rid of this. Okay, so we got 2 trucks right there. I believe it's this one on the right. What kind of truck is that? That's a weird looking grill. Let's see, it's got black. It's only got 1 window on the side. Let me go back and check this. It's got 2 windows. So that's not it. Well, it's got like a cab. I don't know if it's necessarily got a door in the back. It looks like it has a cab. Let me see. It looks like it's got a chrome footboard. Chrome footboard. Okay, chrome footboard. Let me see. What else do we got? Let me go back just a little bit here. Man, I hate how these controls block the frickin' ticker. All right, let me try it. Let's see. Okay, there's no chrome running board on that truck. That truck, that might be it, but I don't. That might be it. That might actually be it. That truck right there. Let me look at this other one parked up here. This one right here. Let me get rid of the ticker. Let me see here. What's up, Nina? Ticket 96. Hold on. It might be the other truck, because this one, I can't tell because my damn controls are blocking it when I go, and then it's like StreamYard. Come on, fix whatever this presentation is with videos. It's like darkened below the top of the truck. I can't see nothing. So you guys are going to have to let me know. Do you guys see like a chrome running board on the left side of this truck? Because it doesn't show me. It doesn't show me. No, do you guys see the chrome? Do you guys see I can't tell. Do you guys see a chrome footboard for this truck that's right in front of us? I can't tell. We don't? Okay. So let me go back. Okay, so right there, I could see that truck being the other truck. This truck on the right, very right by the dumpster. See this truck on the right side of this dumpster? This one right there. That right there. It's got a chromish type footboard on it. Now, let me pull up another video and see if we can get it going the other way. Hold on. Okay, so we'll go to this one. All right, let's see if we can catch it going the other way. And let me move. Here. Let me pause that. Let me move me over here. Go full screen. There we go. Okay. Yeah. It's not going full screen. Why not? There we go. All right, now let's see. Okay, so there's that. Okay, so it's not that truck. Man, that sure does look like the frickin'. We'll go back to this in a second. Man, unless they took it off. They could have taken it off. Always people walking in the road. Okay, it's going to get cut off by the time. Yeah, so it's going to get cut off there. Hold on. We'll go back to Scotia. Man, it's like, doesn't it look like I'm going to hit the fucking bush? Look at that. It's like I'm going to hit the bush. Ain't nobody driving a high rate of speed. All right, so we'll leave that one there. Okay, so we'll leave that one there. We got this one. Whoa. And then when I do that, it wants to play it. Hold on, let me rewind it. What's up, Pammy? Just Amber? All right. So that truck right there. All right, so that truck has what? Let's go back to this. Let's see exactly what we can see. And you know what? I do have the picture. I do have the picture of this. Now the rims are dark. I don't know, you guys. It makes me. I don't know. I think it's this other truck. And maybe they might have taken them off. I think it's this truck. And they might have taken them off. Because look at these rims, right? Look at these rims. Look at the truck. Look at the rims. Look at the truck. Look at the rims. The front end. Right? I don't know. It does have a running board, but this one don't. This one does. This one does. But then wouldn't the rims show up? Now this other truck, let me rewind it a skosh. I don't think it here, I'll pause it right there. If you guys want to take a screenshot, go ahead. Take a screenshot. And then I'm going to do the other video. You can get a screenshot of that one. Then we'll go back to Chaos Sector. You can get a screenshot of that picture. Let me know. So here's the other one. I'll pause it there. You can get a screenshot. And then what I'll do for this truck is I'll let it go a little bit farther. Let me rewind it just a skosh and I'll pause it. You can get another screenshot of the other truck a little bit closer. Right there. Oh, it didn't pause it. Dang it. Hold on. And then we'll get to the rest of this video. I'm seeing which truck it is. There. Can I do it one more time? There we go. That'll be good. Go ahead and take your screenshot of that one. Now we see a Ford Explorer. Let me look at these other vehicles here. We got a Ford Explorer. We got some kind of Chevy, a Ford Escort. Or Edge, I mean. Or what is that? What's that SUV, that Ford? Top right. So you got a couple Fords and a couple Chevys, it looks like. Camera's still there. You can see it up on the you can see it up on the porch. All right, so we're going to go back to this now. And you really can't see. It's a zoomed in picture. I know I have the real picture of it. It's somewhere in my Idaho4 folder of pictures is ridiculous. And so trying to find that would be crazy. I can see what I can do. If you have it real quick, go ahead and send it to me and let me know you sent it. And I'll just pull it up. And then other people can get the screenshot. If not, I'll try and look for it here while we watch this video. So we're going to get back into this. They're discussing what truck it is. And I thought, why not try and use some footage to see maybe if we could find it.
If I'm not mistaken, some of them moved out, right? That next morning, I believe they were seen packing and moving out of that home. Oh, why are you leaving? Oh, because of the tragedy.
Thank you
that
so much,
happened next
Michelle.
door.
I appreciate that.
Or was it because you didn't want to be interviewed about what you obviously heard or even saw that night? It's all of the above, actually. But Dot, who claims to stay in the house next to that neighbor's home,
hell no.
claimed she heard screams.
Oh, hell
And later
no.
that morning stated she saw Dylan, Bonnie, and Clyde, and other
Oh,
unidentified
hell no.
individuals.
What's up, old
Yet
hats?
everyone attempted to debunk her, but didn't scrutinize the other neighbors who we know heard and saw things that night. But is this
She was. She
the
was.
same white truck on Main Street? Even if it is the
Not
same
more
white
Dot.
truck,
Not more
it
Dot.
doesn't prove that for one,
Not
it's
more
Eric
Dot.
Gower. And for two, it's still not the vehicle that picked the girls up.
Oh, not more
If
Dot.
anything, it actually appears to be
Oh.
someone following the girls, which was a theory.
There, and I'll pause that there for you too if you want to take a screenshot of that truck up in the top left. Let me know. Do your own little sleuthing with your screenshots off of my footage, Chaos Sector, and these pictures here. Let me know. We'll get into it here in a little bit.
That many people had, including us early on.
Let's figure it out.
Maybe this person or group of persons were following the other vehicle, which would be the so-called private driver, and they followed them home. Interesting. Remember the so-called private driver's accounts in their interview, where they spoke about someone potentially following them? Yeah, the context clues sprinkled all throughout that interview proves he was aware of a danger at the least. Now he was interviewed by several news stations, such as Law and Crime, News Nation, and I think also Daily Mail. Maybe some were simply copied and republished, but what was stated proves the actual scenario did not play out like he claims. He wondered if there was something he could have done differently that night, and even felt a sense of guilt. Why feel a sense of guilt?
Yeah, he took a week off of work after it happened. He took a week off. He was so upset.
On how you depicted everything.
He took a
It was
week
a typical
off.
night, right? The girls were talking and having a good time in the back seat, no danger, no one was following you. There was nothing abnormal about the neighborhood when arriving. Where's the guilt coming from? Let me explain a bit, because key terms used indicate, well, guilt. Let's say one of the girls is overheard arguing with someone on the phone in the back seat.
Or you could say that he was already being pressured about being a suspect, and so he was trying to do whatever he could to minimize his role. Oh, it's a bad neighborhood. I didn't see if they walked in or not. All of a sudden, people are like, hey guys, no, there was nothing wrong. My wife, my wife is nervous. I know that the guys, I know. Yeah.
The driver is getting a bit concerned because she's starting to get very angry. There were a few threats heard, and her friend is also yelling into the phone to the other person on the line. The driver asks, "Are you okay?" She kind of brushes it off and says, "No, I'm scared, man." When arriving at the home, he drops them off, asks if everything will be okay, and the girls kind of have a concerned look on their faces and just tell him, "Thanks for the ride." He doesn't watch them go all the way in the house as he pulls off. Moments later, they are grabbed by a few guys in all black with masks on, and later, they're found murdered. In this scenario, the private driver would feel a sense of guilt, as he didn't make sure those girls had completely gotten home safely, as he drove off moments before they were grabbed at their front door.
It was too dangerous.
He would feel guilt because he had a concern for their safety, but perhaps thought everything would be okay. He could have called the cops and just gave them the address, told them that two girls he dropped off appeared to be in a bit of danger. Based on the conversation overheard in the back seat, he would tell the authorities that he heard what sounded like threats from the person on the phone to the girls, so he just wanted to make sure they were safe that night. My point here is that the private driver didn't have any knowledge of anything that would warrant a sense of guilt, nor any indication that there was any type of danger brewing. And we can't say it's just in retrospect as he tries to paint it out to be, because once again, nothing warranted that sense of guilt.
Yeah, because you didn't even wait for him to walk up. You didn't give a shit, man. Listen. If there's anybody out there, you're taking a lady home. I don't give a fuck if you know him or not. If you're taking a lady home, you make sure the lady not only gets in her door safely, but you make sure the door shuts safely too. Let's be gentlemen out there, whether you know them or not. Make sure the ladies are safe.
You see, he didn't pull up into the parking lot because he feared possibly being robbed. He also stated he didn't watch the girls go inside the home completely. After all, it's a relatively safe town. The statement about not watching the girls go completely inside the home is suspicious. Why? Because what does that actually indicate? Or what does that have to do with driving the girls home from his perspective?
Well, what the difference is when in the first article you say, as the private driver, that you were scared because it was a place where people could get robbed and you heard this and this and this. That's why you didn't even pull into the driveway. But then a few weeks later, your ass is saying that you didn't worry about it at all. It was your wife. And that's what led you to go get the tips of all the other cars. There's the difference in the statements. And I wonder why you wanted to go out and get the tips, because maybe your wife was saying, "Babe, are you sure you didn't do anything? You can tell me, honey. Babe, are you sure you didn't do anything? People are talking. Babe, can you just be honest with me, babe? You were the last one to drop him off. Can you just be honest with me? People are talking." Well, I better go get 13 or 14 white Hyundai Elantras and turn them in. It was my wife that was worried. My ass.
The only reason that would be mentioned as if someone or something encouraged you to watch them go completely inside the home,
It's
such as,
called
get this, an
being an
unsafe
unsafe
environment.
environment.
You would watch them to make sure they got inside.
Even if it's safe or not, I'm making sure. That's just who the fuck I am. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not normal or something. I don't know. Because I don't give a fuck if it's a bad neighborhood. Shit, if it's a bad neighborhood, I'm walking the lady to the door. Even if I don't know her. If I don't know her and it's a ride share and it's a decent neighborhood, I'm going to sit in the car and I'll watch you walk in the door and shut your door. If I don't know you. If it's a bad neighborhood and I don't know you, I'm making sure. Would you like me to walk you up to your door? You know what I mean? Because think about it. In a dangerous situation, how you're talking a smaller area, it could be a parking lot from the door that you work at to where you park your car for work at 2, 3 in the morning, and you're already nervous. So of course, like if you're doing a private and you care that much about students where you're worried about taking them to the hospital if they've had too much to drink, like you're that kind of person is what you claim. Oh, if they've had too much to drink, I take them to the hospital so they can get their stomachs pumped. I care. I care about them. That's why I do it. Bro, maybe I'm just different, because even if I was in that situation, in that neighborhood, at that time of night, in that situation, I'm probably not going to get out of the car unless they ask me to walk them up there. Other than that, I'm sitting there waiting for them to walk in their damn door and shut the door, because who says somebody's not hiding around the corner and going to try and stick their foot in the door as they're trying to shut the door, you know? If you're doing it out of the kindness of your heart, then that's what you do. Something is off, Yoli. It just doesn't. It makes me wonder, is that why you got all those 13 and 14 Hyundai Elantra tips that you turned in? Because your wife was stressing you, going, babe, you can be honest with me, babe. The people are talking. They're saying it's probably you. And he's going, shit, I need to get the focus off me. Let's put it in all these other directions.
Safely, but he didn't. So he is suggesting that everything was safe and secure. And yet, in that same breath, is paranoid about potentially being robbed. He's all over the place, just incoherent rambling that most people probably didn't pick up on. You can't think it's a relatively safe town and also be paranoid.
Oh, we picked up on it when we first read it, didn't we, everybody? That's why I love you guys so much. Mwah.
About being robbed. Mind you, they stated the town was so safe that people would leave their homes unlocked. I don't think that was the case, because even safe neighborhoods don't just leave their doors unlocked. He was trying to draw a contrast between before the murders and after the murders. Yeah, you're trying too hard to paint a picture of freaking Mayberry. Then it was struck by a devastating tragedy that rocked the... Yeah, you're just echoing the narrative. If you drove the girls home frequently, as you knew their names, and even where they worked, the neighborhood in which you drive them to, you would be very familiar with it. And everyone would also recognize your vehicle.
It's not
So
Chicago.
unless some group of individuals started to hang around in the neighborhood
It's
causing
not
trouble,
Chicago.
where would the fear of being robbed come from? I'll tell you where it came from. His imagination, just like the entire interview. But then again,
it's not
part
Chicago.
about not watching the girls? Oh, let's do the opposite here. He in fact watched the girls go completely inside the home after they ran from him. Some form of a physical altercation occurred on Taylor, where Maddie's coat was found. They ran home, and the red Mustang drove into the neighborhood, but didn't pull up to the driveway, nor the parking lot, but did watch the girls run inside the home.
Interesting.
Called his cohorts and drove away.
Huh.
Yeah, see, that red Mustang drove off because those girls were more than likely screaming. So the red Mustang tried to be discreet about their plot.
Interesting. So is Chaos Sector that Maddie's jacket ended up at the fire hydrant because something happened there and they ran through? I don't remember. We're going to have to get into the grub truck on the next episode and listen to the sounds.
Some form of a physical altercation occurred on Taylor, where Maddie's coat was found.
We're going to have to
They ran home, and the red Mustang drove into the neighborhood, but didn't pull up to the driveway, nor the parking lot, but did watch the girls run inside the home, called his cohorts, and drove away. Yeah, see, that red Mustang drove off because those girls were more than likely screaming. So the red Mustang tried to be discreet about their plot, drove away, and perhaps came back in another vehicle with more perpetrators.
Yeah, we're going to have
and
to
we
check
have
out
to
some
keep
more
addressing
grub
the
truck.
superhero garbage. I mean, I understand there are good Samaritans out there in society and whatnot, but come on, you're not bold enough to throw yourself into danger if you're scared of being robbed when no threats of danger existed in the neighborhood. All of a sudden, you've transformed into Batman, plowing through every possible threat to the damsels in
Not Joe Dirt.
distress.
Not Joe
Yeah,
Dirt.
we're being sarcastic about it because it's absurd. First of all, considering the tragedy in that town, those females would more than likely not party as much and kind of stay in tighter knit groups. Second, I'm pretty sure the guys in town have advised those females to get some protection, such as tasers, pepper spray, or even a firearm in the home. They obviously would be concerned about their household safety. They would install security systems if they didn't have them, ring door cameras, you name it. Even get security dogs, such as Rottweilers or Dobermans, both strong and protective breeds, who will definitely discourage any intruder from entering a home. So Batman...
That is true. She did say, based off of the camera from 11/12, that they saw that the girls were dropped off from a white vehicle, right? She said she saw. This is why I thought that there's camera on 11/20/26 facing the back door because she even said that there was footage. They took the dog out. So when you're looking at, think about it. When you're looking at this, right? Oh wow, now it's the picture with the fence around it. So when you're looking at this, that's weird. When you're looking at this, right? This is why I felt like there was a camera here, because if they're going to take the dog out, they're going to take it out back here in this area. That's where they're going to take the dog out. So she did mention, that's it. Thanks for the reminder. She did mention that they did see them 156 or whatever coming home, 158. That they also took Murphy out. That's why I always felt there was a camera at 11/26 pointed towards the back sliding glass door. Because how would they know? Because you're not going to see them taking Murphy out if the camera's up here. You're not going to see him taking Murphy out. You'd only see him taking Murphy out if there was a camera going here from across the street or right there. That's the only place you're going to see the camera. So then when you go to my video that I made about when we were watching one of the latest interviews from Steve G, and he remember the demolition, they made that statement about the demolition. And you listen to what Steve G's saying, he says other camera evidence that was pointed towards 11/22 besides the 11/12. That's why I feel like 11/26 would have the video pointed at the back of the sliding glass door. It's not confirmed. I just always had this feeling. Steve's words, there's little teeny nuggets in there. Little teeny nuggets.
And wouldn't have much use. other than just making sure they entered their homes safely. And come to think about it, he's portraying those females as a bit aloof, like they're not concerned enough to take preventive measures to ensure their homes would be safe. After all, they're just a bunch of drunk college girls with no real perception of danger. Hey, Batman, they need your protection from the bad guys in town. Yeah, I got it. Somehow they're concerned enough to ask him to enter their homes to make sure it's safe, but they themselves aren't making sure the home is safe in general? Wouldn't their parents advise them to get protection? A household firearm? A protective dog? Heck, even have a male move in to be the muscle in case something does go down? The private driver is the last person who would be sought for protective measures. But of course, this impersonator is trying to make himself look like the Good Samaritan. Hey, we should get our driver to come check inside before we go in, you know. Yeah, he's pretty strong. He'll thwart all dangers with the snap of a finger. Yeah, but isn't he the same guy who was paranoid about getting robbed? I mean, yeah, we're going overboard with it. Remember, we don't know who was driving in that area because the neighbor's surveillance hasn't been released. I bet we would see a red Mustang snooping into the neighborhood and then driving back to Taylor. So to just keep magnifying that the person being interviewed was not Eric Gower, we point out another key element.
And I think the reason that Ellie doesn't know how they left is because of the contaminated trail, because they didn't leave out the sliding glass door. They left out towards the front of the property. And when they left out towards the front of the property, that's when they walked by BF, and that's where the exculpatory evidence is coming from. And they walked in between the side of the house. They walked in between the side of the house. They walked in between this side of the house and the hill that goes up to the parking lot from the property. They were hidden from the foliage. They were able to walk to the back parking lot or even across the street to the apartment, and they were able to not even appear to look suspicious. And that's how I feel. Like they left the crime and they don't know how they left because they're not on footage if they left the way that I just explained.
Individual claiming to be the private driver tells Law and Crime that they spend most of their days shuttling people around town. Oh, really? Well, this isn't Eric Gower, because he spends most of his days being a freaking director for the youth outreach program at the University of Idaho. Mind you, Gower is not as engaged with the youth directly as he was when he was a youth outreach coordinator. He was promoted to assistant director, then one of the head directors, meaning there's not much driving students around anymore, like he would do when he was a youth outreach coordinator. Simply put, he's behind the desk more often now than before. Of course, he still engages with the youth on a personal level, but with jobs, you get promoted. You know, he would train individuals to become a youth outreach coordinator, passing the torch on to others to carry out the good deeds in the community. That's how it works. You don't stay at one position forever. If you're doing a great job, there will be offers to advance within a company. And he took them, which also magnifies the belief that he wasn't or isn't a private driver for anyone. He has more responsibility within the program. He can't be driving.
I gotta pause this, you guys. Look what they did to me. Look what they did to me. They took the blue car away. Ever since the case first came out, I've always referred to the blue car in the parking lot. Now the blue car is gone. And Tracy, when it comes to your question, I felt that that's where they parked, was where the blue car was at, or the spot next to it. They took the blue car away. Okay, we'll see this dark spot right here that's next to this white car. See that dark spot? That's where the blue car was at. Aw, that sucks. Are you going to give me a street view? No, you're not going to give me a street view. Okay. They took the blue car. I can't believe that. It's been there since day one. Now it's gone.
College students around on the weekends because it may compromise his career. Listen, college students get into trouble, a lot of trouble. Here's a program director driving some college students around who have drugs in their pocket, drunk, and causing a bit of ruckus. He's pulled over, they're searched, and the students are arrested for possession of drugs. Although Gower didn't do anything wrong, he is risking a lot interacting with the, quote, nightlife in the community. He would not risk that headache. Now, the so-called private driver stated he would take the kids to the hospital to get their stomachs pumped due to alcohol poisoning.
See?
Oh, really? This is someone who...
I wasn't making it up, people. He said that shit. He said that shit, right?
is aware of a lot, but they are not an actual
I wasn't making
driver.
it up.
They may even pretend to be a private driver. Someone left a comment regarding drug dealers posing as Uber drivers, rideshare, etc., and stated that's the easiest way to make sales and traffic those drugs, due to the disguise of the public service. Yeah, that's why Bonnie did it, an easy way to sell her drugs. We pointed that out as well, and this so-called private driver being interviewed was more than likely a drug dealer in the Pullman-Moscow area. But they definitely are a suspect in our opinions, due to the verbiage blabbered out in the interview. You understand? In the Main Street surveillance, the white truck passes by, and it parked on the road's parking section. Now, obviously, there's more footage that wasn't released here, but if this were the so-called private driver, what exactly are they doing at this point? This would be approximately 1:30 a.m., based on the reports. The group left the corner club around that time and walked to the grub truck. The girls had called the private driver beforehand and told them they will need a ride home later. The private driver says, "Okay, I'll just hang around downtown until you guys are ready to head home." They tell him they'll be grabbing some food from the grub truck, hang out for a minute, and call him when they're ready to leave. Now, all of this sounds likely. It's how that would play out. But there are obvious contradictions that prove the actual person depicted as being involved in this interaction is not the person who drove those girls home. We just went over them. But again, Moscow's Eric Gower would not claim to be from Pullman, Washington. He has nothing to deceive the public about, if it was just an unfortunate night, right? In fact, if he were the private driver, pretty sure his identity would have been revealed despite the PCA. Now, can someone prove that Eric Gower was revealed as or depicted as the private driver before the PCA revealed that name? I'm going to take a wild guess and say there isn't any prior information or evidence that proves he was the private driver. And then you have the interview once again. It just throws all types of suspicion into the equation. Knowing that Kohberger stayed 1,200 feet from your doorstep, spotting his vehicle,
No, he didn't.
and claiming it appeared, quote,
Kohberger never had an address in Idaho, and Mr. Dude never had an address in Washington. There's no way in hell he was 1,200 steps from Kohberger. We already mapped out 1,200 steps. You're not even you're not even getting to Walmart, man. You're not even getting to Walmart in Pullman. It's not happening. It's not happening.
Too new. And what were you doing as the so-called private driver? Oh, okay. Private driver turns into private investigator. Oh, okay, I get it. You were driving around looking for white Hyundai Elantras because it's not like that vehicle was a next-door neighbor or owned by someone in your specific neighborhood.
That private
Let me guess,
clip-on
you just so
eye.
happened to spot that vehicle parked at Kohberger's apartments? Really? Seems like you had someone in mind already. And then that makes us wonder, who exactly is this person being interviewed? Because it is not the private driver. It's someone who is a part of the frame of Kohberger. Think about this. They claim Kohberger's vehicle appeared too new, right? Where? Did you spot this vehicle in Kohberger's apartments? How in the hell would you know the vehicle looked too new? Do you know each and every vehicle in that apartment complex? You stay 1,200 feet from those apartments. You wouldn't know what vehicle appears too new because you don't stay in those apartments. It would be different if you actually stayed in those apartments. Then I can give that some logic. But you stay 1,200 feet from those apartments, which is 400
No.
yards, which is the length of 4 football fields. You are
Mhm.
nowhere near those apartments.
Mm-mm.
Someone simply searched Koberger's address, and let's be honest, there's a conspirator in Pullman. We've
Mhm.
always said this. I guess that's a great task for us, finding out the location of this so-called private driver in Pullman, Washington. Simply get Koberger's address and measure 1,200 feet east, west, north, and south.
Ain't
And figure
happening.
out which location the conspirator resides in.
It ain't
Yeah,
happening.
we'll find out.
It ain't
Unbelievable.
happening.
You see, this is literal insanity. Let's see if my colleague is doing okay. Hey, you want to chime in on today's episode? I know it's been a bit frustrating, but we always fight through it, right?
One day at a time. I'm good. Just have to vent sometimes. Yeah, it's confirmed the so-called private driver being interviewed was a conspirator, or better yet, a suspect. You notice the mainstream media never revealed the identity of the private driver, despite it being revealed in the Pennsylvania arrest warrant? Because they know Eric Gower, or Grower, was not the private driver. And the only interview the mainstream media has is with someone who literally impersonated being the private driver. No proof that Eric Gower drives a Dodge Ram 2500. If there is some proof, then so be it. But it's not a truck in that grub truck footage. That's a car. And
Nope. Yep.
wait a minute. Spidey senses are alarmed. Come to think about it, well, I'm sorry, but that's damage control. Here's why. I think they are claiming Eric Gower drives a white truck to justify that it was him who drove the girls home, with the so-called supporting evidence of the white truck seen in all the footage released. Don't do that. You're going to be called out for it. That's essentially framing Eric Gower, just like JLR has done. Don't depict someone as the private driver when obviously the footage displays a car and you're claiming he drives a truck. And the interview contradicts where he resides. Not going to waste time with it anymore, at least right now. But I think what we need to focus on more is how the mainstream media just cut out Jack's warning to the girls. Because that is a trail. The attorney for the Goncalves,
Hey, that's Gonzalez.
yeah, I know. It's a shot anyway. Stated the girls were just hanging out having a conversation. Now he is the attorney for the family and literally avoided that statement by Jack. What are you fighting for? You are avoiding key evidence that could lead, would definitely lead to killers and conspirators in Kaylee's death. The mainstream media disregarded it by cutting it out. The family's attorney disregarded it, and the family themselves disregarded it. And of course, Moscow PD disregarded it. Moscow PD cleared Jack as a suspect, but we know they asked him about that statement or warning he gave to the girls. Bingo. There's the cover-up in a nutshell. Anyone remember our simulation of how the detectives should have handled the case? Maybe we'll bring that back, aligning with where we're at now. Just a sample size to really bring this all home. Because if there was a cover-up, then the suspect charged for the murders has to be viewed as a scapegoat. Even if Koberger was involved, which we don't believe, he is still being the fall guy for a crime that involved multiple individuals. So even if we were to go with the theory that Koberger is involved or even guilty of murdering those housemates, he wasn't the only killer. No release of any surveillance from the neighbor's camera, no release of the gas station surveillance, yet the authorities claimed that was the person of interest early on, then stated it wasn't the vehicle they were looking for. How can you claim it's not the vehicle you're looking for? Let me guess, based on the neighbor's camera footage? Because that would definitely reveal the vehicle visually with no obstructions.
Especially
If Koberger
11,
is
12.
the killer and his white Hyundai Elantra was spotted, then show the actual footage from the neighbor's camera. Heck, even the ones who leaked. How about it? Go ahead, come on, show the fucking footage for the world to see. He's already facing the death penalty. It would only confirm he was the killer, right? Would shut the chaos up pretty fast. You have the basket with some eggs in it. Why are you apprehensive in putting the rest of the goddamn eggs in the basket? Huh? He's the killer. No need to hide all of the so-called evidence. Where's the surveillance from the Albertsons? They claim Koberger was spotted shopping in Albertsons later that day, remember? Release it. What about all of that so-called digital evidence that proved Koberger was stalking those girls? Release that shit then. Stop claiming something and not proving this evidence exists.
And Taylor's still
it only
asking.
makes many think he's being framed.
And Taylor's still asking.
So, before I lose my temper again, I'll just leave it at that. I think we should work on dissecting the mainstream media's role again and also return to our simulations.
Yeah. So I'm going to show you guys We already showed you the. I'll show you again. Give me a second. I'll show you 1,200 freaking feet from Steptoe. It's ridiculous. Steptoe Apartments. Steptoe Apartments right here. Koberger lives at this building right here, okay? I'm going to show you the bird's eye, and then I'm going to show you the front. Somebody is not driving by on this road. Okay, somebody's not driving on this road, happens to look over to the right all the way over here and says, damn, that's an Elantra. Okay. 1,200 feet. Steptoe. And I'm going, this is his apartment complex right here. We're zooming back. I'm going to give you 1,200 feet. Okay. From right here. Right here. 987. From right here. This is 1,200 feet, people. Look. You might be able to go to Chief Joseph Village or maybe McGee Park. You ain't getting to Walmart. You ain't even, you're not even getting to Jack in the Box, people. Look, Jack in the Box is right here. This is Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box, right down the street. You're not even getting to Jack in the Box. You're only making it to right here. This is how far 1,200 feet is. So you're telling me in this area, 1,200 feet is happening? You're telling me that you're either driving down this road and you look off to the right and you say, oh shit, there's a white Hyundai Elantra. I'm calling bullshit. Because when you see this video, this is the video at his damn apartment complex, straight ahead. And as you watch me leave, look, do you see how somebody could drive by with this view? I'm in the farthest fucking parking lot away from the house. You can drive by and see that I have a white Hyundai Elantra just driving by? No, you're fishing. You're fishing. Look at this. You can see, look, you can't even see the road below the hill. You're driving by and you purposely. And you're not dropping off students from the University of Idaho at Steptoe. See the hill? We just went down. Now I can see the fucking road. And look, there's hills to the left and hills to the right. You can't even see driving by. And you're going to tell me from here where you can't even see the road because of the hill, and you're going to tell me from there you saw a frickin' white Hyundai Elantra 1,200 feet from you. Where? Who? You never even lived there. Not happening. Had to be. Had to be. Right, Dart. Incel parking, Yoli. That's right. What's up, Jamie? They're not living 1,200 feet. Look, this is Pullman. Moscow's over here. You can't even get to fucking Jack in the Box in 1,200 feet. No. No. So again, I want to say shout out to AG. Again, here's the link if you're on Twitter. This has both of the articles from the private driver. There you go. What's up, Sweet Surrender? This has both articles from the private driver. And if you're not on Twitter, I'll go ahead and drop the link. Let's see here. So here's the first link. If you're not on Twitter, here's both of those links for those articles. There's the first one. And there's the other one. If you did that, that's why Ellie says there was a DoorDash from Jack in the Box. BK lived by it. No, I don't even think they said it was from Jack in the Box. I think the speculation that it was Jack in the Box because of the photo uh, from the news media outside of the crime scene, because there was a Jack in the Box next to the coffee cup and a whole bunch of other garbage cups and other garbage. Um, and I think that's where it started from. I don't, I'm, who knows? You've had different people go to Jack in the Box, and every time they've went to Jack in the Box, they're told a different story. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, look, you're going to think about it. These people get their 15 minutes of fame. You know what I'm saying? Now, if it's the same story over and over and over, then it has some weight to it. But when there's a different story with a different person every time, then you have to go, okay, it's about the 15 minutes. It's about the 15 minutes. Just because there's ice in front of your face doesn't mean it's not going to crack if you take a step. You have to test it. You know what I'm saying? You have to test it. Whoa, hold on 1 second, Jamie. Give me 1 second here. Thank you. Contribution call out for the $2 super sticker. Give me 1 second. I reached out to StreamYard. I asked them to add the little emojis stuff for the super stickers. There we go. It's a little guy, GLHF. Thank you very much. Little guy twisting around. I asked him, add the emojis on the super stickers for the community. Wouldn't that be so cool, everybody, if you got to see the little super stickers show up on the displayed message? I think that'd be amazing. It'd be one of the coolest things for the community. Think about it. One of the coolest things for the community to be able to have the little animations of the super stickers displayed on the screen. Can you imagine? Come on. Little things that go long ways. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that is involved with just the production of the show, period. The programs and the subscriptions and all that other stuff. But yeah, it does. It means everything. It really does, because it is. It's not only work, but it's everything else that's included with the production of a show. We don't have that boardroom up there, But shout out AG again. Thank him for doing that. Now we're gonna be checking out another because the night ain't over, babe. We're gonna be checking out another Batman video, but I'm gonna go to a couple videos that Kelly was talking about in chat when it comes to a truck. And thank you for doing it this way, because it let me see here. Show in folder. What? Oh, it's not letting me open it up in the browser. Hold on. It's just downloading it. Okay. Hold on 1 second. I have to show them as another video. So let me get rid of that one. Give me 1 second. I actually have to do this the hard way. All right, so we'll go to this one. So here's the first one. Thank you, Kelly, for making these. And this is full screen. Okay. Great job, Kelly, with the edit and being able to send them to me on Discord. Bravo. So if anybody is doing the want to make clips about different things, this is what I'm talking about right here. Thank you, Kelly, for doing this. Put it into small clips, description, and explaining what they're trying to mean. So, best I can do, both directions. Taillights are too high up for a car, and after watching these, I have to agree with it. Now, let me get rid of the banner here so I can show the whole video in case there is any timestamps or anything. And let me see. Now, I thought there was a timestamp on it. So, Kelly, if you want to let everybody know, this is LL4 Dumpster. If you want to let them know the timestamp. Am I covering it up, maybe? Hold on. Maybe I'm covering it up. Oh, thank you for hanging out, Katrina. I appreciate all your support. Okay. So this does look too high for a truck. So there's a vehicle driving by. Now I'm just going to let it play. And I think this was what, 156? Is that what you said, Nina? Or 150, or Kelly, 154? What timestamp was it? Oh, my sinuses. Okay, so right there, you can see. Now, there's another video as well. So I'm going to, come on, StreamYard. How do I get rid? Come on, go away. What? How do I make it go away? I have to rewind all the way to here. Okay. The options are blocking. Now, I'm going to drop these in the everyone chat. So if you're not part of the everyone chat, you are on Discord, you're going to be able to have these full screen, okay? So give me 1 second. Let me get this other one up. Okay, we're going to remove that. Let me get the other one up. All right, here's the other one. Or Nina, if you want to. If you want to post both of them in the everyone chat, go ahead. It's your work. And then that way people can highlight your work. That way, please do. Just let everybody know that you dropped them in the everyone chat. And if you're not part of the Discord everyone chat, I'll go ahead and drop the link here in a second. And I think this video is better because it does show. To me, like, I agree with her. To me, it looks like it is a truck because the taillights do look higher than a car's would, in my opinion. But again, I'm not an expert, and I didn't go to school for it. Disclaimer. And great job with the edit, Kelly. Appreciate it. All right, so I'm not blocking any timestamps. Let me see there. Whoa, there we go. Freaking streamer. Taco Bell receipts. Taco Bell sounds so good right now. Bonnie, I can't believe how much info I've got. Oh, thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate that. Contribution call out. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support. I want a Taco Bell receipt tonight. All right. So there's that video. Now, let me know, Kelly. I can drop them if you don't want to, or if you want to, go ahead in the everyone chat. Let me get a link for you to join it if you're not part of it yet. And it keeps changing, so I just have to keep updating it. So give me 1 second. Here's the newest one. All right, there you go. And here you go. So you can, anything that we aren't able to put a link in chat for, any videos or any of that other stuff, I'm gonna be dropping them in everyone chat. So just like everything else with the videos that we watch or the articles that we read, if there's anything else that we're not able to share, like a photo or a video or something like that, when it comes to stuff we're talking about, even the new documents that drop for the Idaho case, will all be in the everyone chat. That way, you can have the links, for all the stuff that we do, because it is about community. And I encourage anybody to use the stuff that, we end up going over or coming across. Jared, I want to say thank you so much for hopping in. Appreciate your support. And thank you. I want to say contribution call out to you for the super chat in the comment section on one of the videos. So thank you for your support. Also, I want to say contribution call out to Kelly Miller for the $299.99 super chat at the end of the show earlier. As the intro was going, all of a sudden there was a super chat that was dropped right there at the end. So thank you to Kelly Miller for that as well. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate all the support, even if you're just here to hang out and you're comfortable enough to be in the peace, positivity, and progress atmosphere that we promote and that we're about, because that's the main thing. That's the main thing. And just supporting that is a huge contribution, because without, I'm just 1/4000th of a part of that peace, positivity, and progress atmosphere, and it's because of you too. And without you even supporting and contributing to that, we wouldn't have the community that we do. So thank you all so much. I really do appreciate anything that you're willing to contribute, even if it is just your time. Thank you, Mama 5, for putting that up. Appreciate that. Now, let's get in to this Batman episode part 2. And I'll share the link with that. Again, this is Chaos Sector. Batman needs to be arrested. I'm just calling it Batman episode part 2. Because I think I haven't watched these yet. I always like to watch these fresh with you guys. I like thinking about it fresh in approach. We'll be discussing anything. And do me a favor, let me know if you did anything with the screenshots of the white trucks, if you figured it out, what truck is on the 1112 video camera, then let us know. Send it in. Drop it in everyone chat if you are a part of the everyone chat, and I'll just pull it off of there and shout you out. Also, when it comes to any of this other stuff, like I said, you can send it in when it's these other players in the game. We're going to be doing a multi-part series with this too. We're just going to have a bunch of different multi-part series going on from one to the next, and different ones going on at the same time. That way, everything gets included when it comes to the topics that we're talking. I know I really want to talk about that too. It does sound so good, don't it? Batman Part 2. And here we go. Chaos Sector. They need to be arrested, they say. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the Chaos Sector. Going back to the screenshot, I know it's frustrating, but there are a few things that stick out. Those headlights almost look placed onto that vehicle, especially the right headlight. That doesn't look normal. That headlight's glare would not be as precise or as well visible as the left headlight, which is completely seen based on the left side of.
See, and that's a great picture right there. Can you guys see wheels on it? You know? Can you guys see wheels on it? I can see wheels on it. I can see not they're not chromey. They're not chrome, they're not alloy. They're not that. To me, it's like a silver hubcap. Maybe silver rims. Maybe silver rims. Not chrome. Not chrome. You would see light reflecting off of it. They're not dark rims. They're not dark hubcaps. They're definitely gray hubcaps or rims. But you can see an outline of a tire, even though albeit it is a little smaller looking. But you have to also understand it's a skewed image. If they're driving at a high rate of speed, who says there's not some mud or dirt around the outside coming around the tire because they went and dipped down into a pit or something on the side of the road for a second if they're really driving at a crazy rate of speed. I don't see the car floating on 11-inch rims, you know. But I do see. Yeah, you can tell it's a photo from a phone taken on a monitor. You know? Because this is the scenario that I painted when this is how I think this photo went down. Ashley, she was working that night and boss called Ashley at work and said, "Ashley, can you do me a favor? Can you look through the footage at some point during your shift tonight? Can you look through the footage from this particular time, and can you let me know if you see any vehicles driving by?" "Okay, boss." And then a few minutes later, she's like, "Holy shit, boss, I saw a white car going around at this time really fast." And he goes, "Can you do me a favor, Ashley?" "What's up, boss?" "What's up, boss?" "Ashley, do me a favor. Take a picture of it and send it to me so I'm not getting out of bed to come in for no reason, okay? Do me a favor. Just send me a picture. Let me know what you're talking." "Okay, boss, hold on." And then it gets sent to boss. And then boss has to come down. That's how this picture took place. That's how this picture took place. Boss was like, "Ashley, I'm not trying to get out of your bed because you think you saw something. Send me something first." Right? Ashley sent the picture.
Of the vehicle completely visible. You understand?
Shout out Ashley.
The edges of the glare are too precise, as opposed to, well, just being a bright glare. It looks like the left headlight was copied and pasted onto the right side. That's why they appear identical, despite the right headlight not being completely visible. It won't have the same visibility or glare as the left headlight. What does all this mean? It means, for one, it's obviously edited. But the question is, why was it edited? Someone left a post in suggesting the vehicle almost appears to be driving backwards, or the vehicle was parked, and someone was driving by and took a photo of the vehicle.
The cops have it. This got out because Ashley was like, "Oh my gosh, I still have this photo on my phone that I sent to the boss." Ashley goes, "I can sell this photo." Because it's her photo. It's not the actual footage, right? It's not the actual footage. The actual footage belongs to LE. This is her photo. She owns it. It's her property, and she had every right to sell it. Mama, I bet you the cops got the footage after she sent this to the boss. she sent this photo to the boss. So the boss was like, "All right, Ashley, I'll be down in a few minutes." And then he comes down there, or she, whatever. Hey, Fry, yeah, do me a favor. Yeah, we got a video of a vehicle going around real fast around the corner. Going around the corner here. You want to come down here and grab? Okay, alrighty. Because before this photo was taken, somebody from the LE came up to the gas station and said, "Hey, can you do us a favor? We're wondering if you have the footage from such and such time." "Oh, well, sorry. The person that has the key to the footage isn't here right now, but I can have them come in, and because I'm sorry, sir. That's under a lock, and I don't have the lock, and my boss has to be here. My boss Ashley has to be here because Ashley and the big boss has the key. I don't have the key, so let me call Ashley." "Okay, all right. Well, just go ahead and give us a call back when they come in, and just let us know. Just let us know if there's anything showing up on the footage." "All right, thank you." And then Ashley comes in, and then I showed you the Ashley situation, and then Ashley calls her boss, and her boss is like, "Send me a photo. I want to make sure." "All right, now they're coming down. Hey, yeah, guess what? Yeah, we got video." And then that's when they get the video. They collect the footage after this. The thing is she probably the boss ain't gonna think, "Hey, Ashley, erase this picture off your phone that you sent to me," right? He's not even gonna be thinking about it because he's gonna be worried about the video itself. Now, who knows what she was thinking? She could have said, "Hey, I got this picture still," because she's always going to remember. She's not going to get lost in footage. She's going to get lost in this photo. So she's already either going to have it in her mind, "I can sell this," or she's just going to sit there and go, "Man, I got this photo," and she's going to show everybody. And then one of her friends could be like, "Hey, you should sell that. Oh my gosh, do you know how much that photo's worth, Ashley?" I mean, think. It's not the real footage. So, can you get in trouble? I don't think so. It's not the real footage.
And that's why it appears so distorted. Possible. Some have even suggested the vehicle doesn't actually have tires, or it's on a flatbed.
Oh.
Once again, the camera. That camera is also smudged. Now, how is this possible? It's like the camera on one hand is a part of the cell phone or tablet, but it also would appear to somehow be, get this, on the window.
It's
Some
got
claim
wheels.
exist here.
It's got wheels.
Camera on a window. Wow. The reason it appears that way is because the camera, which is a physical object and not a non-physical object of the video, is smudged to the point it's physically transparent through the surveillance footage. This is a mess. Steaming cow dung. Also, the fingers to the right side are literally transparent, as the surveillance footage is seen through the fingers. Physically impossible. The only way that is possible is that it's not. Because if you say it's someone holding the phone and everything else is a combination of reflections and the actual surveillance, you can't correct the obvious visual and physical impossibility of the phone's camera being transparent. To the point it's not even physically a part of the phone.
They do look tinted. They do look tinted.
People keep trying to rationalize this nonsense.
They do look tinted because with all that light, look at it. All of that light shining on that car, you're at least going to see a headrest through the front driver's side. You're going to see an outline, a small grayish outline, some kind of different pixel color of a frickin' headrest in the front seat. Even if you don't see a figure, you would see a little bit of the shadow on the headrest that is also reflecting off of that paint.
and it just magnifies the absurdity displayed. Someone
Megan
states
Z, ticket
the reason you
116,
see the
thank you.
phone in the photo is because you're seeing the reflection of the phone in the monitor. This is what should be displayed. This is the back of a tablet, as you see. The camera is in the top left corner.
Here, let me go over
So
here.
far, so good. Now we place glass over the tablet.
Let me go over here.
So far, so good. This represents the window that is casting the reflection.
Right.
Next, we place the same surveillance screenshot into this example. As you see, no matter what you do or how you do it, the camera of the tablet does not lose its physical properties. It doesn't become transparent or simply looks detached from the device it's a part of. Did we really have to do this? A reflection doesn't distort the physical properties of the device, nor the fingers holding that device.
Chaos, I've been saying it since they came on my panel and said it, okay? I've been saying it since then.
And if you claim the surveillance is actually being displayed by the reflection of the monitor on the
For
opposite
like
side,
7 months.
then it would be more transparent than everything else.
For
in the
like
screenshot.
7 months I've
Listen,
been saying.
let's be honest here. The entire
No.
surveillance footage is one big cutout of the actual surveillance from the monitor. It's not a reflection of anything. It's an overlay of a photo taken of the surveillance and just placed over a cell phone or tablet, which itself is physically compromised due to the camera and fingers being transparent.
What's up? How
Here's
you doing
another
today?
example. Let's pretend this is a vehicle captured by a surveillance camera, okay? So
No,
far,
I
so
don't-
good.
I don't think it is
They
either,
took a
SW
screenshot of
Berkeley.
that surveillance on the monitor, then placed an overlay over the back of the tablet that perhaps took the screenshot from the monitor. Yep, sounds crazy because it is. And if you claim, no, that's not what happened, then please explain how the reflection, which would be apparently the surveillance,
Good night.
is behind the tablet's camera. It would be in front of the camera, as it's a reflection from the other side. Something is not physically present in this screenshot, and based on the camera's position, it appears the camera is not physically a part of this screenshot. Well, to be honest, the only thing that is physically original is in fact the device, excluding the camera. Yeah, I know it's wacky. The surveillance bleeding outside of the greenish area? Fine. It's an overlay of the surveillance captured. We can live with that somewhat. But the camera being physically in front of that overlay means that camera has been edited into the screenshot. And that's why it's so smudgy around the edges. They tried to blend it with the tablet. Horrible editing. I mean, look at the area of the vehicle's hood. The camera is literally fading away near the bottom. If it were physically a part of the tablet, that would not happen, amongst all the other crap. What the damn Sam Hill? Are you following this madness? A photo, screenshot, snapshot, whatever method was used to capture the image from surveillance would not result in this visual vomit. It would simply be captured from the monitor or snapshots directly taken from the surveillance system. Just like this image. We just broke this down. I mean, this shouldn't be an issue. That is what anyone in that position would do. Now, it's possible that the authorities are the ones who took that photo of the monitor. The same question
it
applies
wasn't-
to them.
No, it's not photos. It's not photoshopped. Over there on Twitter, thanks for hanging out. It's not photoshopped. It's somebody taking a reflection off the monitor. The whole Ashley and the boss situation. That's what it is. And it's not the real footage, so I don't feel like she can get it. It's not the footage moving. It's not a video of the footage. It's just a still shot of moving footage. And so that's why she was the one that was always going to remember she had the photo. Everybody else is going to be like, oh my gosh, the video. She's the one that was going to be like, and she probably, it was a few bucks, right? If you had that photo, wouldn't you sell it? I mean, think about it. If I had a photo of a car like that, and my boss asked me to take it. I sent it to my boss. I'm looking at the photo. I'm like, damn. And if people aren't being truthful about shit and people are hiding stuff, yeah, why not? Fuck it. Let's do it.
Why would they not take a photo of the screen displaying the surveillance? Remember, the vehicle is spotted right at...
Because they just needed to show their boss. Hey, here's the timestamp, boss. And then here's the photo of the vehicle driving by, right? Because if you look at the bottom left of this photo. Okay. Look at the bottom left of the photo, right? Whoops. Come on. Now, that's like a car going by. So, I bet you the vehicle that they had to get the shot, Ashley had to get the shot of this car, right? And I bet you the bottom of that camera right there, that part of the camera that is right here, I bet you is another vehicle that was at the gas station. Okay? That's another vehicle that was at the gas station, and I guarantee you, I 99% guarantee you that Ashley just took the photo of the car so her boss didn't have to zoom it in, and then she just turned to the left and took a photo of the timestamp. Now, I bet you that car is at the gas station. That's a vehicle that's sitting at the gas station. And I would probably almost damn near assume that this picture, it goes here and then it goes here because, look, you're just sending it to your boss. You don't need to take a picture for your boss. All right? It's not YouTube true crime, right? It's not YouTube true crime. You don't need to take a picture of the car and the timestamp to your boss to tell your boss, look, boss, I'm being honest, right? You're not worried about putting what you are worried about is taking the closest picture you can take of the car because you're trying to appease your boss. You don't want him to have to zoom in and, you're going to take the best picture you can of the car. Then you're just going to turn your phone to the left, take another snapshot of the frickin' timestamp. So then your boss gets two pictures and it shows the car. I don't have to zoom it in. Okay, I see what you're talking about, Ashley. Then looks at the other picture. Okay, I got you. It's YouTube true crime. You take the fucking photo of the car with the timestamp, but they're not thinking. She's just thinking, I got to send this to my boss because my boss asked me to come in because I was the one that had the keys to the surveillance, and he asked me to see if there was anything suspicious going on before he had to get out of bed and come down to get the video, And that's just where I'm thinking it is. That's a car that was parked at the gas station and just turned over, took the picture.
It would simply be captured from the monitor or snapshots directly taken from the surveillance system.
Boom.
Just like
Boom.
this image. We just broke this down. I mean, this
That's
shouldn't
a car
be an
at the
issue.
garage. Yeah.
That is what anyone in that position would do.
A car at the
Now,
garage.
it's possible that the authorities are the ones who took that
At the gas station, because when you're looking at the cell phone picture of the car, you don't see the bottom left of the picture. That's why it went boom and then boom.
photo of the monitor.
Boom.
The same question applies to
Boom.
them. Why would they not take a photo of the screen displaying the surveillance?
Just for their
Remember,
boss.
the vehicle is spotted right at that moment on the screen. They're looking at the damn vehicle. Why not just pan your camera to the right and take a screenshot of the goddamn video footage playing? It's, well, to be honest, retarded to not do that.
No, they were just... Their boss called Ashley in, and Ashley just needed to take a picture to prove that her boss needed to get out of bed to come down. That's it.
Unless there is a reason why that video footage wasn't captured.
That's it.
Some have stated they don't know why the screenshot was taken like that. It should be obvious why. Something is being covered up with.
No, actually, just rewind CJ's episode about 15-20 minutes and hear the whole scenario with Ashley and the boss. That's exactly how it went down. That's just, I mean, it just makes too much sense. You know what I'm saying?
That surveillance.
Shout out Ashley.
Nothing new there, right? They never provided that clear, professional screenshot to the public, whoever took it. Everything else is a bunch of garbage.
Yeah, because Jill said, Ashley, do you know how much that photo's worth? Ashley. While Ashley's sitting there chilling with her friend. I don't know, Ashley, come on. You know this. Come on. How often are you going to be able to have? How often, Ashley? Ashley, Okay, Jill, you're right. I should. Okay. Come on.
Yet, that's what we're talking about
That's how
right
it went
now.
down.
A
That's
bunch
how it
of
went down.
garbage. And this garbage was displayed to the public on purpose. It's hiding something. Some still think it's a Prius. We still believe it's an Elantra.
I don't know.
That vehicle does in fact have tinted windows. Now, Koberger didn't have tinted windows.
Nope.
Based on his traffic stops.
Yeah,
but you want to know which
see a
vehicle had tinted
headrest.
windows? That's right. The white Hyundai Elantra crashed and abandoned in Oregon.
Boom.
Yeah. See, that's the same vehicle, in our opinion. And the reason the screenshot is so horrible is because they are hiding the fact that this white Hyundai Elantra is the vehicle spotted in all possible surveillance they claim was Koberger's vehicle. And of course, that's why no footage of the alleged Koberger's vehicle has been released. You accuse him of stalking those housemates, then murdering 4 of those housemates. His DNA was so-called discovered in the home, and even claimed he was spotted near the home 12 times prior by some form of surveillance. Well, let's just put the final nails in his coffin and show his vehicle driving into the neighborhood. Well, we can't, because it doesn't exist. What? Did he teleport to the damn house then? And
this is why I don't think this is the same car. I'm not saying it is or isn't. Look at the rims, though. Gray. See what I'm saying? Gray. Look at the outside of the tires. See how it's got a lighter color on the inside and a darker color on the outside? That's going to make your tires look really small. Okay, so that answers the whole visual of the tires. It's not on jacks. Now, when it comes to this car, though, I'm just talking tires. When it comes to this car, though, this is why I feel like it's not the same car. Look at the angle, okay? Look at the angle from the bottom of the back window and as it slopes up, okay? As it slopes up, it's very gradual. Okay? I'm going to let that gradualness simmer in your mind for a second. Let the gradualness simmer in your mind for a second. Now we're going to skip ahead to this, and I want you to see something. Drastic angle. Not a simmer. Not a simmer. Drastic. Not a simmer. Drastic. That's why I feel like these are 2 different vehicles. That's just my opinion. No, like I said, I don't claim to be an expert, and I'm not even saying that they're wrong. I'm just saying I don't think it's the same car. Shout out to them for
because
this
it
video.
Doesn't exist.
I love this Batman series they got going.
What? Did he teleport to the damn house then? It's possible, you know. Remember, this screenshot was released after Moscow PD had already identified a white Hyundai Elantra, which they never disclosed publicly. November 29th was when they identified not only a white Hyundai Elantra, which didn't match any description based on previous information, but it also identified an owner of that vehicle. So tack that on the wall. Don't forget this key information. I'll let you guys continue. Needs a bit of fire. Have at it.
The crashed Elantra in Oregon, on the other hand, didn't have a license plate. We assume the registration was discovered in the glove compartment. You know what? Let's focus on something else here. If you examine where this vehicle was, it appears...
See, I told you guys that there's a guy's voice on here, too. Everybody was like, I've never heard of it. There's a guy's voice on here. It's Chaos Sector. It used to be in a girl and a guy for a long time in the beginning. If you watched them from the beginning, it was usually a girl and a guy quite often. Shout out Chaos
Sector. Placed on the sidewalk, right? Since the front was damaged, then the vehicle was hit head-on on the road, right? Which would also mean it had to have been at the intersection. Now, either this vehicle or the other vehicle lost control and strayed onto the opposite lane, or this Elantra was rammed into something. Keep in mind, the damage is head-on-head damage.
Mm-hmm.
That is not a sideswipe. It is literally 2 vehicles crashing into each other coming forward. Now, how does this physically happen on the road at the intersection?
I don't know. I mean, they could have just... Yeah, how does it happen at the intersection? But to me, it looks like somebody fucking rammed into the back end of somebody and ended up pulling off to the side. because you're not at the corner. If you rammed into somebody and T-boned somebody, you'd be in the middle of an intersection, or because if you're facing this way, you'd be in the middle of an intersection. If you're not in the middle of an intersection, you'd be on the other side of the intersection, so you would see the intersection in the camera behind the car. So with this car sitting here facing in this direction before it gets to the intersection or crossing the intersection, to me leads me to believe that they rammed in to the ass end of a car, and that car took off, probably because they didn't have insurance. They probably didn't have insurance and said, fuck this, I'll deal with the damage on my bumper when I get home, because it's going to be a hell of a lot cheaper for me to deal with that damage than to deal with all the fines and all the shit that I'm going to have to pay for getting in an accident without having car insurance. These people right here were like, fuck, we can't drive this nowhere. Our radiators busted, our coolant lines tore up, our engines jacked up, and our pistons won't turn. All we can do is just get out and walk. It's not you would see if it was no, to me it leads me to believe that accident scenario, there was a rear end before
You're going to see
the
the approaching traffic to the left of you from the opposite direction, right? So how do they both crash into each other? They don't. Again, if this was a side swipe or a crash from the left or right side at the intersection, then the vehicle would have side panel damage, either on the left or right side. It doesn't. So this means the damage is head-on impact.
I don't see airbags deployed, which is crazy, because you would usually see something sticking out. I don't see anything sticking out.
And that's, well, highly unlikely at that intersection.
That is interesting.
There's a chance of this happening, like a 1 in 5.7 octillion chance, but still a possibility, such as texting while driving, a major factor in car crashes. But at an intersection, this would mean both drivers approaching the intersection were texting while driving. And I'm just trying to rationalize the crash, just for the sake of it. Because this white Hyundai Elantra was intentionally rammed into something, the vehicle was then pushed onto the sidewalk and abandoned. Where is the other vehicle it crashed with? Oh, it was towed. Well, why wasn't the Elantra towed around the same time frame? There wasn't another vehicle.
Yeah, we that was last spring. We yeah, when they did the Oregon car, we actually, because we went into a lot of stuff last March, April time period. We went into a lot of the background of the church, the background of Perky, you know what I'm saying, AG, the background of all the people connected, the background of all the businesses collected, associated, and that's just not in Moscow. That's in different states, and even across the pond. Even there's links across the pond. So we did, and I know back then, I think we might have went through that before you joined the show, Detective. We went through all of the background and all that stuff, even the church stuff. I was even telling somebody earlier, about the church stuff. I was like, yeah, that's around the time period when, we got in a little bit of trouble. Right. A work accident. Right. But yeah, that's, we went into that stuff, the background, all that quite a bit ago. That's why I'm surprised there's different videos about this stuff coming out, or even videos about like Kaylee's picture getting taken from Rosie, when that shit's been, Truth and Transparency got the body cam for that. You know what I'm saying? That was a conversation from like a year and a half. That's why when I woke up this morning, I saw snow, and then I saw videos talking about shit that's already been brought up and discussed for the last year and something. It's like, what? Where are we at here? We in 2022, 2023? What's going on? Yeah.
A job injury crash.
Shout out to Katrina, because Katrina is the one that ran the VIN all the way back then too, when we were talking about it again as well. Yeah.
Where the chick just drove into a barricade. Yep.
Yeah, it was back in
Now,
the
last
spring
year,
when we
a group
went
of
into
individuals
We went into this, the church, the website company, you know what I'm saying, that's registered to 1122, all of the background, the restaurants that were connected, the businesses that were connected. You're talking about multi-states. Why do you think Mad Greek says established in Alaska, people? You guys want a rabbit hole? You guys want a rabbit hole? Trust me, go ahead. Go ahead. It's a rabbit hole. It's a rabbit hole. And there's plenty there, and you'll understand everything that we're talking about. Oh, I'm not saying it's connected to the crime. I'm saying who said it was connected to the crime? Please don't mistake me saying that. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is if you look at the background, it's all shady, 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 shady. I never said they committed the crime.
Did that vehicle,
Never
which for
said
some
that.
reason was still there, and
Never
they
would say
assumed
that.
the vehicle was dropped off at that location.
But when you got legal representatives reaching out to you legally, you know you're hitting somebody's nerve. Just saying.
Which is what more than likely happened. The crash didn't happen at the intersection. So obviously, we can't know where exactly the crash happened in Eugene, Oregon. Wherever the vehicle was prior to this location, that's where the so-called crash happened. And since we suggest it's
Don't
the
get it
vehicle used to frame
confused.
Koberger with, they just simply crashed it into a barricade somewhere, and it was towed to this specific location.
If you dig it up, you'll see what I'm talking about. It had nothing to do with the crime itself. But if you've done your homework and you look it up and you know all the backgrounds of it, you know what I'm saying. You will know what I'm saying if you check it out. Seriously, it's a rabbit hole. There's a lot there. You'll know what I'm saying. I'm not saying they did the crime. Shit. That would be, I would be getting in trouble. I'd be getting sued.
Now that digs into a deeper question. If the vehicle was dropped off at this location from a prior location of the accident, then who exactly drove or
Megan,
dropped
you're
the vehicle off
confused.
here? A towman would not do that. They're taking it to the impound. The local police would also not do that.
Does it look like I'm getting upset? I'm sorry, Megan. No, ain't nobody getting upset. This is maybe because you haven't been in here for a while. This is us just having a hell of a night. It's great. Maybe because you haven't been in here for a while. We're just having fun. Damn, Megan. Are you got
because they would
feathers
have it
ruffled?
towed to that very impound. So, what gives? Perhaps it was in fact towed there, because if it was discovered in its original location, maybe that would provide more visual
Where was
evidence
the
that
original
the vehicle was in
location?
fact just rammed into something. You know, like a barricade. People would obviously put it together and see a barricade.
Somebody said that it was in a different location. I saw somebody in chat say that there was like a video of it being pulled from a different location or something. Let me know. What were you saying? Whoever it was. I remember seeing it in chat.
Barricade in the distance.
Where
or near
was
the
it?
vehicle?
Where
and come
was
to the
it?
same conclusion we have. Yeah, it was intentionally crashed and abandoned. Being the same make and model and color. Yep,
It was
that's at the
towed
very
there.
least a suspect.
Yeah, where was it towed
Examining
from?
that video with no other vehicles driving out at night, it just visually supports the narrative that the vehicle was dropped off there, perhaps around the same late hours.
It had to be before. And unless they No, it had to be pulled backwards. It couldn't have been pulled forward. It had to be pulled backwards. So it had to have happened in the intersection, and they pulled it backwards. And the reason that it's coming at an angle going towards the road is because the tow truck, I bet, had to pull up on the sidewalk and then pull out a little bit to unhook it. So it probably did happen in the intersection then.
In the night.
It had to have, right?
We'll leave a link in the description to that video. might even examine some of the footage to spot something inside the vehicle. A homeless man had apparently been sleeping in the vehicle. Cops were eventually called, and of course the homeless man told the truth. The vehicle was abandoned and he was sleeping in it. And also, the front passenger window was broken, but not the driver's window. The passenger window is to the opposite of traffic, so the homeless man broke that window.
Yeah.
As that activity.
Yeah, because they can't tow it from the front. They can't even hook it up to anything, and if they do, it might just, you can try and hook it up to the frame, but who knows if the frame's going to twist when you pull it, because you don't know if the frame's broke. So yeah, you would have to pull it from the back, and that's what I'm saying. That truck right there. So this is what I was saying a second ago. See that dark spot in the sidewalk there? I bet you it happened in the middle, and see how the wheels are turned to the left. So I bet you it happened way up there. With the wheels turned to the left, they probably had to drive up on that sidewalk part, drive through the sidewalk there, because that car's constantly going to be turning to, it's going to be going towards the right more because of the way the wheels are turned. So that's why it had to pull up onto the sidewalk. So I bet you it pulled up in between that little pole there and right up on the sidewalk here. And because of the wheels, it was going forward, but the wheels are taking the car to the turn to the right, and that's how it ended up there. Yeah, there's no way you could tow it from the front.
Activity would be blocked on that side from the traffic. Now, Eugene PD stated that they were working on having the vehicle impounded, which obviously means the vehicle hadn't been impounded from its original location before being dropped off at that intersection.
Yeah, they just
Mind you,
wire
Eugene
up to
PD
it
reported
and
that the
pull
vehicle
it.
was found at the intersection, which indicated the crash happened at the intersection. But if this were the case,
there's not. No, it don't even have to be AG. It don't even have to be a flatbed. There's tow trucks out there that are literally like as small as an ambulance. They look like it's like the semi, but instead of the little thing, I'm not a trucker, so I don't know what it is. Instead of the little thing that it slides up on, they have the tow stuff. So there are tow trucks out there that aren't flatbeds, that would definitely be able to fit right through that small area right there if they are towing a car. But even flatbeds, they have that wire on them too that they can yank it, but that would be too dangerous to do that. That's why I don't think the tow truck was a flatbed. I think it's one of the tow trucks that's able to drive through, because if you're on a flatbed, I don't see how you can use a wire to pull that vehicle or even drive through that small little area right there. I just don't see how you could do it. It would have to be a tow truck that is, just like the semi ones.
There would have been days
the
during the daytime where this vehicle had been just sitting there crashed, and nobody called to have it towed, even the so-called owner, because it wasn't at that location for days. It was somewhere else.
Oh, yeah. Hold on one second. Yeah, right there. That's big enough for a tow truck to go through. One of those ones that has the freaking things on the loop things on it. You know what I mean? It's like the semi without the thing on it. It's just got the little tow shit. You can drive that thing. It's got, double wheels on the back. You just drive that thing right through. Because I don't see how you're pulling that thing with a wire. It's too dangerous, especially if it's in. I mean, good luck. The wheels are turned. They're cocked. You don't know where that thing's going to go with all the wetness on the road and everything, the rain. You don't know where that thing's going to slide. Plus, you don't know if that wire's a small tow truck just fine. Like a lot of these tow companies, especially around here, a lot of these tow companies around here have different kinds of trucks for different kinds of situations. So they have different trucks that handle semis. Exactly, Jared, like a repro truck even. That no flatbed though. they have the companies here will have the ones that can do semis and large trucks. They got some, that do have the flatbeds depending on what kind of equipment, different size of beds. Also, there are some that are the mini ones, and they're able to do the small situations like this because this vehicle, yeah, they're all different. It's like a fleet. And there's different companies. I'm surprised that they have as many companies as they do around here with all the different kind of fleet that they have. Yeah, some can even do two semis. Some can even do two of them. It's crazy. But yeah, a lot of the ones, even the ones that don't have the flatbed, can do a vehicle as well. Yeah. It's just think of like old school tow trucks, the old school ones. The old school ones. Outriggers to go under wheels. Yeah. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Jared. Yeah, that would definitely, and that's what's going to fit, with the wheels cocked that way. If it is in the middle of the intersection and as that tow truck is towing it, it's going to tow it. It's got the tilt of the wheels, and it's going to naturally kind of go to the right because of the tilt. So if you have one of those tow trucks, you tow it from the back and you're pulling it, because that small ass tow truck is definitely fitting in there, and it's got enough maneuverability with the small tow truck. It's got enough maneuverability where it can compensate for that wheel being cocked and still get it to where it needs to go. So that guy, even if the vehicle is going to go in a different direction as he's towing it, being in that smaller tow truck, he's going to be able to correct it very quickly, and he's going to be able to get the car where it is on the side of the road. And the reason that it's kind of going off to the left, the back end of it is because the tow truck's not going to pull straight in to the sidewalk, because he doesn't even really want to get on the sidewalk as it is, but they have no choice, right? So what he's going to do, and this is why the car's parked that way, is as he's pulling through to bring the car on the side of the road, as he's coming through, the car is starting to come through. So what he wants to do is minimize his truck being on the sidewalk. So he's already going to start turning back onto the road as he's pulling the car up. So that's why the car ends up being tilted to the left, not only because of the wheels, but also because the tow truck driver is just trying to get on that sidewalk enough to pull that car on, and then they're going to be leaving after they unhook it. And that's why I feel the vehicle is there. But that's plenty of room. You could definitely, and look at the intersection across there. If you can see this vehicle, think about it. You see this vehicle, right? It's definitely not touching the pole where that lady's standing, and it's definitely not touching something to the right of you. So wouldn't a truck be able to fit into that spot? Of course it would. Of course it would. Because you already see that this car right here has enough room to clear it. Why wouldn't a truck be able to?
Just breaking down a few things here.
Yeah.
Also, remember, Moscow PD publicly claimed that this vehicle was not linked to the murders. How can they publicly claim this if at this very moment, which was December 17th, they had just obtained the make and model on December 7th? Right? I know. We all know they obtained the make and model November 29th.
I'll look it up so you
But
guys
we have to
can see what I'm
dissect
talking
everything in
about.
such a rhetorical manner. Law and Crime had an article about this vehicle. Quote, update. Moscow police released new information at 7:30 p.m. Tuesday about the white Hyundai Elantra found in Eugene, Oregon. Police said the vehicle is registered out of Colorado, and investigators spoke with the female owner. Police said she is not believed to have any relation to any property in Moscow, Idaho, or the ongoing murder investigations. Moscow police asked the public to stop contacting the owner. Briefly, so people were contacting the owner of the vehicle. Did they know who it was? How did they get the personal information of this person if there was no license plate? Better yet, how would Moscow PD know that people were contacting that person? I don't recall that person being publicly identified, like with a photo or address, phone number, etc. I think this was a form of damage control. Because whoever that was, it was not who was actually depicted as being the owner. Anyway, Moscow police are aware of an abandoned white Honda.
All right, so this is the tow truck that I'm talking about. Not that it's that big, but it's that kind of style. There's no flatbed on it. It's got the tow equipment on it, the jack and all that stuff. That's the kind of, not that it looks exactly like that, but that's the kind of tow truck that I'm talking about, is what is going to fit into that area, that's going to be able to maneuver that vehicle. And you never know, as I'm looking at this truck, I see fire departments have trucks like this. So who says it wasn't a truck from the fire department that moved the vehicle? Yeah, these tow trucks, there's no way in hell I would trust a flatbed going through that small area. That's why I didn't even think anybody thought I was talking about a flatbed tow truck. I'm talking about one of these. That's what's going to fit. And if a car can fit, right? If a car can fit in this area, if a car is going to be able to fit in this area, then that truck would be able to fit in the area, because look at how much that car has already. It already has a few feet to the right, and you already know it has a few feet to the left. So you already know that the vehicle can fit through there just like that car could. Yeah, $79. I don't know what was $79 on it. I think it's a 3D model is what it is. It's not the actual truck. It's a model.
That this vehicle was not linked to the murders. How can they publicly claim this if at this very moment, which was December 17th,
but that's the
they
truck
had
I
just
was.
obtained the make and model on December 7th?
It's fitting.
Right? I know. We all know they obtained the make and model
And that's the only one that could maneuver that car like that.
November 29th. But we have to dissect everything in such a rhetorical manner. Law and Crime had an article about this vehicle. Quote, update, Moscow police released new information at 7:30 p.m. Tuesday about the white Hyundai Elantra found in Eugene, Oregon. Police said the vehicle is registered out of Colorado, and investigators spoke with the female owner. Police said she is not believed to have any relation to any property in Moscow, Idaho, or the ongoing murder investigations. Moscow police asked the public to stop contacting the owner. Briefly, so people were contacting the owner of the vehicle. Did they know who it was? How did they get the personal information of this person if there was no license plate? Better yet, how would Moscow PD know that people were contacting that person? I don't recall that person being publicly identified, like with a photo or address, phone number, etc. I think this was a form of damage control. Because whoever that was, it was not who was actually depicted as being the owner. Anyway, Moscow police are aware of an abandoned white Hyundai Elantra found with no license plates and front-end damage after it was reported to be found on a street corner in Eugene, Oregon. Photos of the abandoned car have been circulating online. A spokesperson for Eugene police told Law and Crime they are working to impound the vehicle and forwarded the information about the white Hyundai to Moscow police. Aaron Snell, a public information officer for Moscow police, told Law and Crime, "We are aware of the vehicle and are investigating it." Eugene police confirmed a vehicle was found on West 7th Street in Eugene. It is not clear whether this vehicle is the Hyundai being sought by investigators. Moscow is more than 750 miles away from Eugene. Law enforcement has previously said they are combing through information about 22,000 white Hyundai Elantras, unquote. Now, going all the way back to the top of the article, it says on Tuesday. This article was posted on December 20th of 2022. Now let's see here. Going back to 2022 in the month of December, on a Tuesday within this time frame, either this would be December 1st, the 8th, or the 15th. Keep in mind, on December 15th, Indiana State Police had stopped Koberger on his way to Pennsylvania. The FBI claimed they did not instruct them to stop him, checking if he had injuries, but we all know that's what happened. Even a former FBI director stated they did so. Andrew McCabe stated the FBI used surveillance techniques to track Kohberger, which included tracking him throughout his travel from Pullman to Pennsylvania. So we know they were tracking Kohberger before December 15th. Now, Moscow PD rules out the white Hyundai Elantra during a time frame they had just recently identified see, this is the problem. I can't even rationalize this scenario because they obtained information of a white Hyundai Elantra, an owner of that vehicle, on November 29th. So this analysis doesn't even make sense. But let's give it a try for the sake of the episode. The white Hyundai Elantra crashed and abandoned in Oregon was found when? When is the exact date that vehicle was discovered? Now, apparently the date in which the homeless man was discovered in the vehicle was December 17th. I believe there was a criminal trespassing charge against him because he more than likely was the one who broke the passenger window. But this is apparently when Eugene PD discovered the vehicle, right? But we know this is not when the vehicle was crashed and abandoned due to the location.
Right.
We can guesstimate that the vehicle had been at a previous location for a few days and then moved to the next location and had been there for a few days. Remember, Eugene PD had no knowledge of this vehicle before a call went out about the homeless man basically using it as his new home.
That's
So
crazy.
this could be a week of the vehicle not being reported to Moscow PD. A week from December 17th, when Eugene discovered the vehicle, is right before Kohberger was stopped by Indiana State Police on the 15th. What does all this mean? I'm getting there. From the so-called reported date of December 7th,
It means they were chasing their tails.
being the date in which a white Hyundai Elantra was identified, the white Hyundai Elantra in Oregon would not even be thought of yet, because it hadn't been crashed and abandoned within this first week of December, we assume. Of course, it's a vehicle driven all the way to Oregon, 800 miles away from the crime scene.
800.
Eugene PD are not aggressively searching for a white Hyundai Elantra at this point.
800 miles away. Do you know how long it takes to go 800 miles? Try like 13, 14 hours most of the time, depending on traffic. That's how long it takes.
Point.
That's
they
a
wouldn't
long
have a
ways.
reason to think the suspect would be in their town.
It's a long ways.
They watch the news, they're informed about a killer on the loose, but because it's so far from their town, they don't have the same alertness as Moscow PD and even Pullman PD. What's the point here? Since Moscow PD claimed to not have a make and model of the vehicle until December 7th, Eugene PD definitely wasn't aware of that make and model up until that time frame. And of course, the white Hyundai Elantra is investigated around the December 17th time frame.
I'll say that again a bit differently. The white Hyundai Elantra in Oregon had been driving around before the alleged killer's vehicle was identified, based on reports. Keep this in mind, again, based on the reports from November 13th to December 7th, there was not a white Hyundai Elantra identified. Of course, we know there was on November 29th, but that date exposes the frame. So within the frame, they had to sort of, disguise that within the investigation. I say disguise because there were reports that Moscow PD had been notified about a white Hyundai Elantra by WSU campus police on November 29th. But it was hidden within articles on mainstream media websites, not the mainstream media reporting it in their news segments. The reason for this is because if they reported that Moscow PD had identified a white Hyundai Elantra on November 29th, then you would have to also backtrack as to how did they identify the make and model of the vehicle to even search for this vehicle in Pullman. And then that would open up even more cans of maggots, because at that time there was no match of Kohberger with the DNA found on the knife sheath. So they had to drag the frame out to align with DNA identifying a suspect who was Kohberger. We are not fucking around here. We just broke all of that down in the previous episodes. Once the identity of the vehicle was publicly revealed, then the white Hyundai Elantra in Oregon was found crashed and abandoned. I would say soon after the public release of the vehicle's identity on December 7th, that white Hyundai Elantra was soon crashed and abandoned, which was discovered on the 17th, but it was more than likely crashed and abandoned a week prior, closer to the announcement. But then again, there is a possibility that this vehicle had already been crashed and abandoned prior to that so-called December 7th public notice. That's interesting, isn't it? Since the Hyundai Elantra in Oregon was the vehicle used to frame Kohberger, Batman had given WSU campus police his specific vehicle on November 29th as they pretended to be the private driver, just, fighting crime and
Right.
bagging bad guys. WSU campus police obtain this information, and they also pretend to search for a white Hyundai Elantra. They spot one, of course, being Kohberger's vehicle in his apartment complex. Then Batman does what he does best, submits a list of white Hyundai Elantras in the Pullman area. But this would be so-called publicly done, as opposed to covertly giving WSU campus police a specific white Hyundai Elantra. Now, while all of this is happening, the white Hyundai Elantra used to frame Kohberger was already being dumped off in Oregon. This would be around the November 29th to December 7th timeframe. Because the focus was on Moscow nationally, that vehicle was flying under the radar until it was discovered on December 17th. But again, it was discovered on the 17th, but it was already in Oregon, somewhere crashed and abandoned prior to that date. Don't forget, Moscow PD had also obtained this specific white Hyundai Elantra on November 29th from WSU campus police. It is Batman who is the source of identifying the make and model, not the authorities. Remember, they had received thousands of tips from the public. This would vary from speculations, some relative information, of course. But the main thing would be a specific make and model of a vehicle that hadn't been identified yet. Moscow PD then publicly reports they are searching for a white Hyundai Elantra with no video footage that had identified the vehicle. So how did they identify the vehicle? Batman. Oh yes, I told you he was everywhere. Remember? Batman submitted a list of white Hyundai Elantras on December 7th, and that's how they identified the vehicle. Nope, I know what your brain is reverting back to thinking. Batman didn't submit a list of white Hyundai Elantras based on what Moscow PD had identified as the alleged suspect, because they didn't have a make and model yet. Let's keep your brain focused, even though it may be hard to keep track of the fuckery. Moscow PD claimed to review surveillance near the home and never reported that they identified a white Hyundai Elantra as the vehicle. It was described as a light-colored vehicle. Of course, later on, the reports have a white Hyundai Elantra, quote, seen near the victim's home. But the initial reports do not have a specific make and model. So where did they identify the vehicle, if not by the same surveillance they viewed near the home? Batman, he gave them Kohberger's white Hyundai Elantra. Moscow PD somehow just identified the make and model without providing any video source of that identity. And then you had the gas station surveillance, stock photos of the vehicle, and of course the rest was just a bunch of garbage, with the FBI starting to take over the investigation. If it seems we're going in circles, well, we are. We're circling around the frame, continuing to tack elements of it onto the wall. A white vehicle with tinted windows is spotted in the gas station surveillance. A white Hyundai Elantra crashed and abandoned in Oregon also has tinted windows. A white vehicle is spotted on White Avenue, traveling from an intersection of Blaine and White Avenue, where Taco Bell was located. The so-called private driver claimed to head to Taco Bell after dropping the girls off, then headed home. A so-called private driver claimed they stayed in Pullman and also submitted license plates of white Hyundai Elantras in the area on December 7th. A white Hyundai Elantra is discovered crashed and abandoned in Oregon on December 17th. This vehicle is ruled out as being a potential suspect, but how can you rule the vehicle out if you haven't asked the owner of the vehicle questions? Oh, see, they never reported that they interviewed her. They basically said they believe she has no property or relevance to Moscow, Idaho. Belief is not confirmation. You believe she has no property or relevance. Doesn't mean she was not involved. And why did they mention property? Is it possible that this female is in fact the wife or ex-wife or employee, whatever relation, to the landlord of the victim's home? Some have presented that information, which would tie her to not only Moscow, but also directly to that home, and she's driving the same fucking make and model of the alleged killer. Something to ponder. Nothing appears concrete here, but if you focus on the deceptive elements within the case, this all becomes very important. Because Moscow PD basically trying to hide the fact that they were notified about a white Hyundai Elantra on November 29th is where you build from. Everything after that date is automatically suspicious.
It's private
I guess we
driving.
should look into this female then, hey? The frame has many players involved.
Thanks,
all the way
Katrina.
in Oregon. Who would have
Thanks,
thunk it?
Katrina. I forgot
Obviously,
about
Moscow
Taco
PD
Bell
didn't
till
thunk
now.
it. Thunk again. This is the chaos sector.
Oh, that sounds so good. Thanks, Katrina. I forgot about Taco Bell. All right, I want to say, let me see. Jared dropped this in the everyone chat. Give me 1 second. Jared dropped this in the everyone chat. So here's the picture of this. Let me know if you guys think this is the vehicle. What do you guys think? Let Jared know. What do you think? I think it definitely has that angle. Now, the sharpness, maybe not so much, but I could see it. I'm going to tell you right now, this resembles that car a hell of a lot more than the other ones. But I still feel like this one has more. It has more of this. It has more of this, you know? It's a Toyota. Shout out to Caddy. She sent this article here if you'd like to have it. Here's the link to this. This has a little video. What's up, Doc? How you doing today? I want to say thank you for your support on your video earlier that you posted. Definitely shared it at the beginning of the show. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate your kind words. And we got to get together on one of these episodes. I'm going to tell you right now, I ordered something on Amazon that I'm going to get on Sunday. So I'm going to try it out. It's going to be a little addition to this microphone where I can take phone calls, have the phone calls go into my microphone so I can still screen share. So that way we can take phone calls at the same time as screen sharing. So I'm hoping that'll help. So Sunday is when I get that. And we're going to I'm going to do some testing with it before I introduce it. But I definitely want to get you on one of these episodes whenever you have time of the other players in this game. Because I think, yes, for sure. So I got something ordered today. Hopefully I have an idea. You know, it's something that I always have to rig stuff. And I think this is going to work out just fine. I think it's going to actually work out really good because it is kind of a pain in the butt. Now, I did get a soundboard. Unfortunately, it wasn't one of these crazy expensive ones. I did get a soundboard. Unfortunately, when I hooked it up, there's so much in it, it just doesn't sound good. And the audio is my main focus over video anytime is my audio, so it's not good enough for me. And so I've been trying to think of other ways without spending a shit ton of money on a soundboard to be able to do that. So I think it's gonna work. So Sunday, I definitely want to try it out once I get it. So that'll be coming Sunday. But yeah, if we can get together on one of these episodes, I think it'd be really great for everybody, where it's just you and me, one whole episode, and we just go through everything, man. We just go through everything. So shout out Caddy. She sent this. This is the abandoned crash car in Eugene receiving attention across the country. This was from Tuesday, December 20th.
Experiencing thoughts of suicide or a mental health or substance use crisis? Call or text 988, a free suicide and crisis lifeline.
Look at that. Shout out Caddy. Shout out Caddy. Chalupas. Oh my gosh. Oh, Taco Bell sounds so good. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something here real quick, just so you guys can have it too. Let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of my face. Let me turn the music off. We'll just go full screen. I'll even get rid of the, you know what, we need to put this up there. Yeah, like and subscribe. We need to put that up there. All right, we're going to play it like this. Do it full screen, no music. That way you guys get, is it going to stop? There we go. Then you get the full video. Here we go. That's not me breathing. That's not me breathing. Shout out Caddy. Look at this. Shout out Caddy. Yeah, it would have been that tow truck would have been able to pull that vehicle up right there. Yep. Yeah, for sure. It would have made it through that little pole there in the light pole. Man, look at that. Great stuff. Great video. I've never seen this before. Thank you, Caddy. Yeah, no airbags. That is correct. No airbags. Good stuff. Yeah, look at that. That's plenty of room for that vehicle, for a tow truck to drive in and pull that thing through. Awesome. No airbags.
Interesting story here. The Oregon
All right.
Air National Guard.
There we go. No airbags. Looks good. Thank you for that. Now, this is something else from Jared. It does have the angle going up. I could see how those front headlights would look drawn out. You got the silver rims with the black tires, and you have what looks to be some sort of ground effect up front. Maybe. Oh, you will get the credit, Caddy, because you're the one that dropped it. The Elantra was totaled. There should be some record of insurance or owner liability. Whoever crashed this car, where's the other car at? No airbags. Sent you an interesting video. The private driver, Ellie. Let me see here. Let me see. Bum, bum, bum. All right. So, interesting video. The private driver MPD was asking for tips about the driver on November 18th because the vehicle did not have a commercial license, so that driver was not cleared right away. Dun dun dun. That's why you took a week off, right? That's why you took a week off, because you needed to fucking lay low, bro, before you figured out what you was gonna do.
Right away. It comes from the city of Moscow because they're doing the updates from their police department.
Thank
And
you,
this
Michigan
breaking
girl.
news is fascinating in the Idaho quadruple murder case. They're now saying that you probably heard that Kaylee and Madison, two of the victims in the case, after they left the grub truck, that they took an Uber home because it's quite a walk. It would have been about a 23-minute walk, and they were home within 5 minutes. It turns out they definitely got a ride, but it was not an Uber.
No
What we're being
report.
told now, through further investigation, the Moscow Police Department learned that Kaylee and Madison used a private party for a ride home from the grub truck at approximately 1:40 a.m., which would have gotten them home by 1.
And just so everybody knows, if you're on replay, you're not seeing this part because tomorrow I'm going to have to clip out this 2 minutes because News Nation wants to take all the monetization from the video for just 2 minutes. It's a bunch of shit.
45, which is exactly the time that the other kids got home as well, Xana and Ethan.
Which is stupid because for the $10 or $15 that they're going to make off of me playing 2 minutes of their video, if they were smart and they didn't do that, guess what? Their shit would get more promotion, right? More than $15 worth, I would imagine. Let's be real. So really, it's a dumb move by them because really the people on replay don't get to see this part of the video, so they don't get any airplay for that $10 or $15. Congratulations, News Nation. You're a bunch of idiots.
The couple that was at the Sigma Chi party on campus. So this is fascinating information because they're not saying what private party means, whether they hitchhiked, whether it was a friend, but someone gave them a ride home from the grub truck that night. Somebody gave them a ride home that is not registered as a commercial vehicle somewhere. So this is a little more tricky, but how the police found this out is fascinating. This might have come from Ring doorbell cams that might have traced whatever vehicle ended up eventually at the home where Kaylee and Madison live. But fascinating to see that at this point, it is a private ride, which takes me back to the grub truck. Is it possible that someone at the grub truck might have actually gone up to the girls and then said, I'll drive you home? But obviously the police know something more about this because they definitely know that there was a ride and it wasn't a commercial ride. This is what they're asking you. If you know anything, contact the police. It is rare this early that they appeal to the public for tips, but these are the numbers and the tip line that you can call or email.
Right.
Ask for anything. Also,
You know what? That's funny because I was going through my old stuff, going through some prep and shit while they were here doing the restoration. And as I was going through my old stuff, I came across that video where that previous FBI agent came on there and talked about the IDs were connected. I was like, oh, hell no. Damn it. Now I wish I might have saved it again. I don't know. I'll have to look, but yeah, it was funny. There was two of them. One was Cuomo, and there was another one. I think it was Banfield, but I know one was Cuomo. But yeah, that's funny you mentioned those. I came across it. I was like, oh,
Reach
hell
out to me
no.
on social at Ashley Banfield and TV Ashley on Twitter. We'll continue to investigate. We'll see you.
Oh, okay. Well, that's just a lame ass promotion. One day I would love to have a studio like that. That'd be so neat. Oh well. Well, yeah, and you heard the driver. Well, he's like family in the one interview, but then you don't hear the same thing in others. So it's like, what? You only need a commercial license to drive air brake vehicles or a bus. Type of driver change 3 times, right? Oh, good stuff. Well, we're gonna be doing part 2 of the WSU Kim call. So I will share that with you guys here real quick. If you didn't watch the first one, because you can only see the original if you're a member, but I did something special for the community. And these were all private videos before. These were all on private up until the documentary came out from Paramount. Because I didn't want, ever since, because there was different companies coming out with different documentaries, and this was on June 5th when she ended up joining our show for a few times. And I didn't want, I saw what happened to DTS, and I didn't want the same thing to happen to our community. Some of our shit get used, and then next thing you know, a whole bunch of dumb shit, because I'm about quality, not quantity. I could give a shit. Actually, when I saw I wasn't, I don't need it. All right. But this right here, I made these public after being private all that time. I dropped those for members live. We did something special for the community last Saturday. We went into the first time. Now there's other times she joined the show, so if you're a member, you're able to see the other times. We went into this one. We're going to be going into part 2 of this one, and this is we were talking about Anonymous Dave during this time, because it was just an episode before this one, or a couple episodes before this one, where we were going into the Anonymous Dave stuff. And then that's when Kim was hopping in the show, and she said, yeah, I'd love to. She said she had been doing her sleuthing on my channel before she even was making comments, and she she was like, you're a good egg, so I'm like, hey, I appreciate that. And we ended up having a great conversation. So we're going to be going into that. Get your notebook, get your notes out, whatever your questions, contradictions, whatever. We're going to be discussing the notes that everybody goes through tomorrow, and then we're going to be doing the discussion about the Anonymous Dave, because that is what kind of got us into this conversation that we had the evening of June 5th, 2023. And I want to say shout out to her. I appreciate her so much. Great personality. Even if some things are crazy and outlandish, it's just it was a great time. Great personality. And just a lovable soul. So shout out to her for having the comfort to hop on and join the show back then too. I know she's still a member, so I want to say shout out, Kim. I know you're still a member of the show. You always have been. So I want to say thank you, and shout out to you. I appreciate you. Like I've always told everybody from the very beginning, when we even heard about your call on DTS, you're just a mom that heard some stuff from your kid, and you looked up some shit just like we do, and we look up some shit, and some shit may not end up being legit. Sometimes it's just like us sleuthing too, doing some sleuthing. So we'll be doing that, Dave. Then Sunday morning, late morning, early afternoon, we're going to be doing Our next episode 7, OJ25, members live only, for Sunday late morning, early afternoon. And then Sunday night, I'm not too sure yet exactly what we're doing. I'm thinking about having just a game night with everybody, where we kick back and do like Family Feud and Price is Right and all that other stuff and just hang out and have fun. But if there's something that, if we are going into something over the weekend and then it's like, man, we might end up doing a show, but I do want to do a game night, even if it is maybe a weeknight or something sometime, but we'll figure that out. So that's what we got going on for the next few days. And then Monday morning we'll be doing part 3 with the Incel Idaho4 stuff with Rosie. So look forward to that too. We'll be doing part 3 of that. What's up, Jesse? Thank you for hopping in, and I appreciate you. Unfortunately, we're ending the show. We're going to go ahead and end the show. We're almost hitting 5. We had an extended night. Thank you all so much for your links, your information, your conversation, your thoughts, theories, and opinions, and especially your peace, positivity, and progress is what makes this community what it is. And it wouldn't be without you. Thank you so much. And let me know about these trucks that we went into in the beginning of the show. We guys take screenshots. We'll get into it to the part 2. I'm thinking part 2 might be Monday night is what I'm thinking. But I'll let you know. I'll let you know ahead of time. Appreciate you all so much. Have a peaceful and positive night. Stay warm. Stay safe with all that nasty weather going on. Thank you for all your support and your contributions to the community. And I will see you tomorrow for part 2 of WSU Kim, and then we'll be getting into the Dave. Thank you, everybody.
Someone shot there. Fulton. 47 Fulton, okay. 10 o'clock.